Okay. I believe with all that we are pretty much set as far as just at least purely insofar as setup goes. I can maybe advertise a bit more, but I don't necessarily want to do that. I've been streaming a whole lot and not a lot of time recently. So, you know. I'm tweaking my setup a little bit here, so the model might get weird.
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
Okay. Lab beep incoming. Okay. Not even give me the runaround, fess up. Where's the lady driver?
I don't know what you're talking about.
First, you knew selling
He
didn't do
did
it.
something. He stole his employer's goods and another lorryman's job. You should be thankful for the tip.
Yeah, and a white smile. Then why are you smirking?
Listen up, fuckwits. You don't scare me. You cops don't run Revachol West. You don't run Martinez. You don't run anything.
So who does? You?
No. He means La Puta Madre.
A legendary, and not in a good way, crime boss from Jamrock. Controls what is probably the most powerful organized crime outfit in Revachol West. Looks like the lieutenant has a plan. Let him do this.
Yeah, him.
Cross your arms and nod.
Then I presume you are familiar with his peonies.
Yeah, they're his little bitches. He's got them all over the unions.
Not just the unions. He has peonies everywhere. Some say he even has them in the RCM. Dirty fucking peonies who'd do anything for him. Multi-ethnic drug addicts.
The lieutenant adopts a rodentine quality. Be cool, sire. He's getting into this.
Say nothing.
You're not peonies. You wouldn't be investigating a drug thing if you were.
No, of course not. We are not peonies. But if we were, and one of Madre's drivers were to be stealing
I
from
see
him,
your game.
then it's a good peony's job to find out who that is.
He's surprisingly good at this. Not bad at all. Look at him lurching.
It's not a hard job. It won't take a long time. It won't make Padre Madre angry. But a stupid fucking racist is standing in the way, protecting this fucking thief.
I'm not scared of you or the mob. I'm under the protection of the Lorrymen and Carters Guild.
You've seen that corpse in the ceramic armor there. Did his shitty little guild protect him?
Nah, you wouldn't just leave him out there if you...
He tries to light a fresh cigarette, but his hands are shaking now. The sentence simply ends. Oh, Kim.
The lieutenant turns and gives you a barely perceptible nod. I softened him up as best I could. Now it's on you to finish the job. Be careful. This man's still got some fight in him, by the looks of it. It won't be easy to break him.
Oh, that's not great.
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
He's a poet. Hit him with your best first. Let's butter him up a bit.
Wait, there's something here, stored away in some dusty corner. It starts like,
A mirror's temperature is always 0. It is ice in the veins. Its camera is an X-ray.
Whoa. What else?
It is a chalice held out to you in silent communion.
Silent communion. That's good.
These transfixed words. Where gaspingly you partake of a shifting identity never your
Dang.
own.
That's some great shit. You came up with that yourself.
I think the words are mine, yes.
Fucking A. Seems I got you all wrong. Cops aren't much known for their artistic sensibilities these days. It's good to meet a fellow poet. Someone with an appreciation for real text. The others here, so you don't really get it.
It's only easy to bear if the words are pretty.
I get you. When they really click, it makes the world seem manageable. Good to be on the same page.
Gives you a thumbs up.
you found some common ground with this man. Even impressed him. The next time you look in the mirror, though, remember those words.
What? But I told you she's my friend. Thank you, friend.
Why does art inspire you so much?
Does, yes, but what is
Excellent
art?
question. Art is a diverse range of visual, literary, auditory, and performative creativity. It's an expression of imagination and technical skill. Additionally, it's history, criticism, and pure enjoyment. In short, art is the highest form of human communication, representation, narrative, emotion, and agency intertwined.
Right now. Would I fit into the art world? I mean,
Have you looked in the mirror lately? You have the exact features of a savage art critic, with that beard and those clothes, disheveled and prophetic. Perhaps you should try to critique architecture too.
what is
Of
architecture
course
also?
not. It's autism, box drawing,
Autism.
masturbation with a ruler and a sextant or whatever they use. You should demean and criticize the genteel institution of architecture while extolling the virtues of the pure arts.
None of that music is art.
Only the most experimental kind.
I guess I have been feeling critical
Yes, you seek substance. No vapid representations and reproductions of social mores as made manifest in stuffy biennials. We're talking real living art here. Become the art cop. Half art critic, half cop.
lately. Okay, 50% art critic is what's needed to free me from hurt repetition, so me it. Let's opt in.
Exactly. It's not only your duty to only catch the criminals off the street, you must also apprehend criminals of the printing press and the gallery, the trite and derivative artists and writers of the world. Go ahead and provide savage criticisms, art cop. The world is yours to rip to pieces and reassemble.
When next I unlock a skill point, which is ever unlock a thought, I will in fact go actual art degree, I think. But not until after I get that perception point, because do I have to press him? I like the guy, that sucks.
inconspicuous pile of the...
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
I spoke with a lawyer a minute there.
Word has traveled, yes, but nothing of real substance has surfaced yet, I gather. Wild Pines has eyes on the intersection, but not ears.
One of the tall buildings overlooking the roundabout. It would give them a read on the entire quarter.
It appears we are being monitored every step we take, colleague. Did we have any other business here?
This orange machine is dead still. It has a few bricks have fallen off. The bear's eyes.
Can I help you? Another thing, yes?
I'm not really sure.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
Even with the +4, not really gonna do me.
Yes?
What the hell?
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind?
Ease into it. Don't go too far. This seems like a personal matter.
Man, you look sad. What's
I'm
going on
okay,
here?
man. Just the jam's got me down. The fumes, the chemical rainbows, the tarpaulin stretched on the frames, and the dull engines off.
Maybe the full-on, direct approach wasn't correct. Damn. It's tricky business looking into someone's eyes.
Why does it
and not
sound so
doing
quiet for that? Just like that bit of narration.
Right to work! A lorry stuck. The windows are
Hi, Ace Detective. Do you...
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Probably I'm going to end up putting more points into conceptualization, so I do want to save that.
The note is written with a blue pencil. Someone has... You'll find the medicinal purposes of the... Flipping through the book, you find a number of sections on the general benefits of the Pale. A large pharmacopoeia makes up nearly half. Have you taken any walks through the Pale recently?
I don't even know what this pale thing is. How can I walk
The
through
book is frustratingly vague on this topic. Flipping through the book, have you taken any walks through the Pale?
Maybe.
And on your walks, do you stop to meditate on the nature of your being? You
No, I
need to do
don't.
that. It's important for opening up your archaeogenous zones.
What are Agachias
They're a
zones?
series of psychic nodes located throughout your body. Unfortunately, the stresses of modern life often cause us to close off our archaeogenous zones, which can result in all manner of physical and psychic ailments. Regular meditation in the Pale, however, can help to open up these zones, permitting the free flow of psychic energy throughout the body.
Oh, then I do, very much so. I meditate all the time.
Good. And when you meditate, are you in the nude?
What?
Nudity is the most important part. Of the many ways modern society prevents our true selves from manifesting, clothing may be the most repressive. You probably can't even take off your pants, can you?
Could just...
That feeling is the
Feel
weight
it.
of society bearing down on you. Until you get out from under it, you will never feel true freedom. Very well. First, choose a... Next, you'll need to combine the base ingredient with an appropriate vehicle.
Whiskey's probably
Lastly,
not good.
is there anything... You've created a delicious tincture of whiskey and ginger. According to the pharmacopoeia, it should increase your energy and focus, though, in your experience, it's only done the opposite. If only you could find one of these right now and drink the shit out of it. The book said it's good for you, so it would be okay. Would you like to try again? Very well. First, choose a base ingredient. Next,
room.
you'll need to combine the base ingredient with an appropriate... Lastly, is there anything else you'd like? You've created a delicious tincture. If only you... Would you like to try again? You close the book and find yourself...
Give me a moment. Ask away.
She mumbled. This door is made of metal.
This is the wrong balcony. What am I doing?
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Is that bed in the coal room yours?
Ooh. Not only have you found my address, you've discovered my biggest secret. I'm a coal miner.
That's the nicest place. I guess I'll have to do.
It doesn't have to do anything at all. Nothing does. Like me. Right now, I'm doing nothing at all.
The inspiration will come to her once hell is set loose on the streets. It's too calm right now.
Don't you have a real home?
Does anyone in a city like this?
She replies wistfully, looking around.
If there's pain about any particular home she's lost, she's buried it deep, fortified herself against it.
It's a dumb question, so everyone
Shoot,
else.
Piggy.
Did I see something just then, or did I like fool myself just by hitting tab?
Hello again, officer.
Do I want the plus form? I don't know, like those shoes seem pretty nice, so I might just use those. Did I fucking click that? It sucks. Stop that. I'm gonna go see if the fucking pawn shop guy has something to say about something. If I have my gun, I might have an easier time with
Hello, hello. Let me know if I doubt.
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
Sure thing. My apology.
A needle.
Sure, man.
I don't actually know how. I don't know how many days I'm working with, so.
looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
Medicinal purposes of the pear. Very well. Next, you'll need to combine the base ingredient. Lastly, is that you've created a delicious tincture of whiskey and ginger. If only, would you like to try again? Very well. Next, you'll need to combine the basic. Lastly, is there anything you've created a delicious
Wait, why is
tincture
it still
of
giving me
whiskey
that?
and if only, would you like to try again? You close the book. Flipping through the book, you find another. You come across. It's all. Finally, it seems to contain descriptions of the medicinal properties of what you're describing. There's nothing in here that speaks to hangovers. The tome seems to get.
Okay. It's now time. So we'll go see what this guy has to say.
Gendarmerie, you found me.
The young man on the balcony gives you a bright smile before taking another drag from his cigarette.
His slender figure is backlit by city lights, its distant streets and motorways flashing like diamonds.
Shines in your
It
eye.
feels like a Friday. He seems to be in a good mood tonight, and his shirt is still unbuttoned.
Yes, the cleaning lady
Beautiful.
let us in. He replies, smiling, as it looks like something sparkles in his eyes.
So tell me, are you here to make things right again?
My aim and fire.
Beautiful.
He says again, nearby street lamp casts shadows on his chin, drawing out the slender cheekbones.
I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting.
He nods towards row 28. By the way, I'm really digging the view here.
Mm-hmm. That's why I chose this place. Martinez is special, isn't it?
Wait. Suddenly you are digging things?
Lieutenant whispers to you, shaking his head. Why would I want to meet your friend?
Trust me. You do.
Very well, I'll talk to him. First, I want to talk to you. I have a lot of questions.
That's nice, but I don't have anything to tell you. It's my friend you're looking for, not me.
He takes another drag of his unfiltered cigarette and looks around. It's getting dark, and the neighboring windows have lit up, one by one.
Besides, I've got to run.
He's going to leave you alone again. That's sad. Something tells you you're never going to talk to an individual this cool or mysterious ever again.
And where?
To the city. It's a beautiful night.
We promise we'll talk again. It's important.
Something flutters in the corner of the lieutenant's mouth as you're saying those words.
We'll talk.
Just not tonight. Take care, alright?
He says with a disarming smile before slipping off into the night.
And he's gone again. Looks like it's becoming a theme for him.
There's something so different about him that I just can't put my finger on.
Different, of course.
Something so mysterious about the way he talks. and
Something
moves.
so mysterious about the way he talks.
Lieutenant squints his eyes, trying to hold back laughter. Am I into this guy?
Very.
He's barely holding it together. It's all he can do to keep from bursting out in laughter.
Come on, detective, let's go. We've got a potential witness to interview. His Sunday friend, remember?
Now it's the apartment door before you. Probably don't need that. A quarterly business magazine. An empty ashtray. Dishes soaked up in the pot. Flyers for underground parties. Dates for open lectures at a local university. I get the vibe. Exquisite canopy bed made of metal. Expensive men's perfume lingers in the air. And I can't fucking see that one because they're blocking each other. The other one apparently. Something is. Buckets of paint on layers of old newspaper.
Officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia.
The man in business casual removes his cufflinks.
His hands are clean and well manicured. This is a man who knows the importance of appearances.
My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government. I work for the Institute of Price Stabilité on assignment from Sur-la-Clé.
Not the kind of guy I was expecting.
I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super. I am here to assist you in any way possible. Ask me about the hanging.
Hanging? What a drag. He seems like a cultured gentleman. You should ask him about the finer things.
Before we go on, I absolutely have to inquire about this
Oh,
wonderful
yes.
canopy.
My friend has a great eye for these things. He refuses to tell me where it came from. It's a mystery. I believe they call this type of frame industrial. It's very comfy. That's really all I can tell you about it.
He forms a little rooftop with his fingers. Cold air sweeps in from the
The
balcony.
lieutenant takes out his notebook and nods to you to proceed.
What's an official
The
link you doing in
coalition
Martinet?
is only looking out for the price stability. Inflation is a killer, like a heart disease blocking the normal circulation of the economy. It must be controlled. The economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires international oversight.
Some kind of bureaucrat.
Yes, as I said before, I am a commissioner from Sur-la-Clé working for the Institute of Price Stabilité. This is one of the main projects of the Moral Inter.
Wait, there isn't actually an Institute of Price Stability, is there? Or maybe there is. God, it's impossible to understand whether someone from the Moral Intern is joking or not.
What is the price stability?
It is the most important thing.
You can tell me anything.
It's the central goal of any sound monetary policy. Maintaining the price stability is essential to maintaining high levels of economic activity, which is essential for maintaining high levels of employment, which is essential for maintaining the social stability.
Basically, it makes sure the price of bread doesn't change.
Précisément. Too much inflation, bread becomes too expensive. Too much deflation, it becomes too cheap for bakers to produce.
Yeah, I get the picture.
That's why the Institute of Price Stabilité works to keep inflation just below 2%.
The 2%
But
of
not
what?
too far below, no. Too below is also bad. Below, but close to 2%.
Don't answer my questions at
The
all.
coalition believes in the importance of informing the public about the benefits of the price stability. Transparency is one of our principles. Would you like an informational pamphlet?
I guess you're giving me
A
a
sound monetary policy is essential for addressing uncertainty. Stability is the raison d'être of the moral intern. It's the reason why I identify as a moralist. But oh, I don't have my leaflets on me today. That's too bad. You can always call our information line. Making information available is part of the moral intern's commitment to transparency.
Heard about this moral intern before, but I want to know
It's
more.
the International Organization for Moralists, hence Moralist International. The Institute of Price Stability is just one of its many mind babies, as is the Coalition.
Oh, so we're actually working for the moral intern. Doesn't seem so
There are
bad.
more nefarious powers to work for than the moral intern.
You a moralist?
But of course,
Why?
because moralists believe in a normal, stable world governed by democratic values.
What is a normal
The
stable
Occident
world?
is part of the normal world. Oranier, sur la clé,
Martinet doesn't seem very normal or stable to me.
Martinez? No. Martinez is something else.
But the rest of Revachol, is it part of the normal world?
Revachol is generally difficult. It's led by an interim government, which means it hasn't yet achieved full democracy. But they are working towards it. You're all doing very well here, relatively speaking.
Every time I'm talking to people, I'm choosing option D, none of the above. Is that moralism?
Is this option D usually the most reasonable answer?
Yes, everything else is super extreme. It's like I'm living with a bunch of lunatics.
Sounds like you're a moralist indeed, my friend. Welcome. Moralism is all about compromise and achieving the achievable. It's pragmatic, realistic, and level-headed, an ideology for doers. Are you a doer, my friend? It looks to me like you are. Now, enough of this delightful political interlude. Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Talk about the
La
international community.
communauté internationale is what Revacholians colloquially call the coalition. In other words, the nations that stopped the disaster of the revolution.
What do I call the coalition?
Your employer, technically speaking. The governing authority of Revachol. The RCM is but one part of this provisional administration.
Tell me about Sur la
What's
Clé.
there to say? Sur la Clé is a modern, urbanized country that measures very high on the Human Development and Freedom Index. Mostly, though, it's known as the executive heart of EPIS. Moreover, it is a great sponsor of less emerged countries. Revachol is only one of its many darlings whose progress it supports and cherishes.
Darling, that can't be an official designation.
It makes Revachol sure look like
Because a great percentage of Revachol's culture hails from Sur la Clé. Its language, its people, its cuisine even. Or at least in the downtown La Delta area.
Jamrock and other parts of the international zone have been mercifully spared of Sur la Clé's love for meatballs and mashed potatoes.
Tell me about Orange.
Oranier is an exemplary nation who, as a core member of EPIS, contributes 28% of our annual budget. Next to Sur la Clé, Oranier is probably the most prominent member of the international community.
Okay, but outside of APIS, what's Orange?
Oranier's economy is one of the most advanced in the world. It has successfully transitioned from heavy industry to advanced services and generally acts as an engine for sustainable change in the international community.
But that didn't tell you anything about Oranje.
Can you just tell me like a normal
About
person? About Orange. Just tell me what it's like there.
Oh, it's very urban and very well organized. Their streets are clean, their horse cars run on time, the people are polite and efficient. Like I said, they are an example for less emerged nations to follow.
Okay, what are you doing here in this apartment?
Well, I'm renovating it. It is an interesting project. The building used to be a 12-story skyscraper before the cannons took the top 4 stories off. This, of course, happened when the coalition forces landed here. You could say I'm undoing some of the material damage the international community caused when we arrived here. Whatever you wish, officer.
Tell me about your friend.
My friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Kedra, and life has not been easy for him. But he understands the importance of education. He has taken his future into his own hands, and that's all that matters. Kedra is a candidate member of APIS. But, between you and me, their potential membership is a more contentious issue.
What do you mean?
That it's never going to happen. They entered negotiations in 21, and it's been pending ever since.
That didn't tell me anything. That catch itself, is it warm there, cold, something
It's
in between?
warm. It's also known for its mandarin trees and dust storms from Supramundi. Kedra's an emerging market, but it still has a long way to go. Maybe that's why my friend's menage decided to emigrate.
How did you even become friends?
How did any of us become friends? Bad things happening on the Insulindian Isola? Oil platforms ablaze in the night, civil wars lasting for years. Finally, the international community is forced to step in.
You're talking about no one becomes friends that way.
Au contraire, it's how millions of people end up where they are, meeting the people they meet. It's how I came here, and my friend too.
You still haven't told me who he is.
Sorry, who?
Your friend, the smoke on the balcony. We're just talking about.
But I told you, officer. He's a bright young man here to pursue his education. Education is the foundation of our future, especially the arts. It is a cornerstone of our civilization.
So, all you can tell me about him is that he's here to study the
He's
arts?
deeply enmeshed in the study of the fine arts, yes.
As though you weren't envious enough of the boy as is.
Which arts?
He's a truly free spirit. He likes all the arts. Perhaps graphic design, printmaking, who knows? The world is open wide for a talented youth like him.
What are you doing in his apartment by yourself?
I'm just enjoying the view.
The man smiles out to the window. Enjoying the view, there's a dead body hanging in the tree.
A dead body we still need to get down, by the way.
Listen.
He says, raising his hand.
Baby is crying in the neighboring apartment.
Someone's baby's
Oh,
crying.
listen.
He's just again looking
The
outside.
Insulindian Bay.
What about
This
it?
place used to be a luxury accommodation before the revolution. Apartments, of course, were much bigger then. A few walls have been added here and there, leaving some of the tenants without a private bathroom or a kitchen. But the million real view stays. You can't take that away.
He knocks on the balcony door, his face mirrored in the darkened glass. I was asking about your friend.
My friend comes and goes. I'm sure you'll see him around. He's a busy bee.
A busy bee? What an odd choice of words.
I'm all ears, officer.
You actually witnessed the lynching?
I'm sorry to say I did, officer.
This is just the break we've been looking for.
Easy, detective. No need to jump to conclusions.
Yeah, it's the spectacled man near the window who smiles and spreads his hands. Start from the beginning if you don't mind.
Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I saw that night. It was so surreal to me, like in a play.
He holds out his hands and blossoms his fingers, like a drama teacher setting the scene.
What do you mean, like in a play?
It was just so strange. I could barely comprehend what was happening. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying what looked like a body. And then I saw all the surrounding windows go dead, one by one. That's when I understood. I should not be seeing this.
Sounds like the victim was unconscious, or at least incapacitated. Well done, detective.
Nods to you. Who were they? Can you describe
I
them?
couldn't see their faces well, and there were quite a few of them. But they were very loud and very Martinez.
He pauses, looking for the right word.
Let's just say that the laboring classes can get rather expressive with their profanities.
How many of them were there?
I couldn't tell you exactly. Less than 10. Maybe 8?
The lieutenant sends you a sharp look at the mention of that number.
Are any of them huge, like 200 kilograms huge?
That's a giant you're describing. No, they were all quite human, as far as I could tell.
Dumb question, I know what happened there, I think. Any of them look like drummers?
Drummers? Why, no. But then, I don't know what a drummer is supposed to look like.
I think we can drop the drummer angle. That was my bad.
Where's the shot?
I went back inside.
Were you able to see anything from inside?
Officer, the yard was pitch black. There was nothing to see, but I could still hear their voices. They were threatening to kill that poor man.
They men, women?
All men, I presume. But again, I couldn't see very clearly.
I have it
Well,
next.
that's the strangest part, officer. Nothing happened. It was oddly quiet for a public lynching.
You mean nothing happened? They lynched a guy.
Eventually, their shouts died down, and that was all. There were no gunshots, no celebratory shouts, no anything.
Why don't you call the
You're
Elysium?
right, of course. That is what one is supposed to do in such circumstances. I was simply in shock. I'm afraid I don't have anything else to add.
About what time was all this happening, approximately?
All I can say is that it was late.
Didn't check
My
your
watch. Yes, now I remember. It was 30 minutes past midnight. Give up.
So let me get this straight. You didn't actually witness the hanging itself, did you?
No, I didn't see the corpse until the following day.
It seems this wasn't the break you were hoping for. I think we have everything we need. Thank you for talking to us, Mr. Villedroit.
Of course, anything I can do to assist the RCM. A moment, officer. Do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave.
Hold on, why can't
It's
we talk
against
later?
diplomatic best practices for an official in my position to be discussing murders with local militiamen. And I'm pressed for time. After you leave, I should be leaving as well.
That's not the real reason he's so apprehensive. Men in his position shouldn't be seen loitering around in underprivileged young men's apartments in the middle of the night.
Just heads up, my work here
Of
is
course.
done.
I'm sorry I couldn't be the break you were looking for. Good luck with the investigation.
Oh, what the fuck? The curtains shift just a little. Someone is watching from with... Moss crawls on these bathroom tiles. Actual moss.
This door has been
That leads into the cold room, doesn't it? No, it doesn't, but... 120 feet stream beneath the great the rats of the city. Huh. Wait.
The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not...
Okay. I'm gonna enter where the music's playing. I'm gonna go and grab some snacks across the street, so it might be a kind of a longer break. Alright, boys. I got, a Mountain Dew, the Kinder Bueno bar. I'll be muting my mic on and off as I kind of get through that stuff. Alright. Here that and have a vision pretty quick here. Wow, this whole thing just completely fucks up when I, like, drink or anything.
The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting. But it's yours. You've earned it.
You're just like...
The bed is still cold from the wind blowing in from the broken window. The mattress creaks as you close your eyes and try your hardest to fall asleep.
Here we are again, my broken bud.
You are very loud,
Waves are coming,
sir.
carrying you away. But you can't go. No, you have to stay. Always half aware of yourself. You're not cooperating.
Turn the volume down slightly. It's still probably gonna be loud, but that's okay.
It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep, you feel a vague discomfort suffusing it. Your belly and your sides are unpleasantly tender. You wish you could curl up into a fetal ball of safety. But you cannot, because of the pain.
I ain't doing hot.
That pain in your right side is your enlarged liver, by the way. As for your kidneys, you've really been compounding the damage lately. Every cell in your body is moaning in agony, asking, what did we ever do to you?
It's all the system's fault. The system failed me. I think in these visions I've portrayed a little bit of denial so far, so we're gonna stay in character.
Yes, your body is a system, and it's failing you because you're failing it.
I think I need medical
Oh, yes. They'll check you out, give you some pills, make it all okay. The Wonder Makers.
Don't be stupid, Harry. It's not happening. They don't make new kidneys and livers in hospital. All you've got to do is pray to God it passes and stare at the flickering darkness.
I'm going to be mostly muted for this and probably turn my avatar as well. Because I am going to be kind of... Actually, you know what? That can wait.
You're just stuck here, in the half-world. Could try looking at other people. Really looking. But why would you want to start doing that?
I will. I meet people all the time. I like them.
Sure you do. They're all so friendly, aren't they?
Some of them are. Some of them are nice. Others are scared. At least they're interesting. Each one has a process just like yours, running in the space between their ears, full of secrets. People are beautiful, statuesque, parodies and tragedies of themselves. A great democracy of creatures.
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some greater awareness? Look at all these lights, blinking in and out of existence. Thoughts! You're just pretending that you're asleep, even to yourself, while the world goes on without you.
You can kind of see the room there.
Let it. Let it.
But it never seems to let you go, does it? Time to rise and wipe that shining sweat off as best you can. Gather your bearings. Rock and roll.
And so here we are.
The fan stands the lights.
As I said, I'm going to turn... Next little bit, I'm going to go and turn my mic off and probably my avatar as well. Just so I can kind of eat while I go. I'm noon for a second. Things has gotten a lot more crowded.
Can I help you? Got the 20 ray out? Then why are you wasting another thing? Yes?
You look like shit.
Your ruffled face reflects in the man's sunglasses.
And I don't mean that as a metaphor.
Last couple of days have been
Oh,
rough.
don't be so modest. We're looking at several months worth of damage here. Kind of a miracle you're still up and at it, to be honest.
Got like a weird ass wig, I think.
Oh, come on, Jean. It looks like it's been a rough week on him.
It's not just this week. What you want?
There's something about this guy that matches with a face in your head.
I think I know.
A similar but different face. He might be wearing a disguise.
Something strange about this guy. I figured out. Come on.
There's something that binds you to him. Some kind of an outfit, maybe. A uniform. The police of animals, yes.
Doesn't sound right.
Of course, you don't have to. You can talk about anything you want.
Cool chains.
Yes, it's a hobby of mine.
Looks at you inquisitively.
As if waiting for some kind of reaction or response. Something to click. It's not happening though. Who is this guy?
I'm not getting involved in this.
It's not my style, he thinks, glancing at the man in sunglasses and the woman beside him. Oh boy, they're mad at him. No wonder. He just doesn't recognize them.
Watch out for yourself, loser.
That voice, so very familiar.
Oh, there we
Did you
go.
hear it when calling to your station and reporting your badge missing?
Your voice, I
Oh,
recognize it.
really? I wonder where.
It's my badge recently when I called report missing. You were there.
That's the where you remember me from?
Maybe.
Okay then. It's probably a coincidence. People sound alike. Goodbye.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know the guy.
An RCM patrol officer's uniform winces as she notices you.
I would really prefer not to talk to you right now.
A patrol officer is the lowest rank in the RCM, below lieutenant and sergeant.
On a murder investigation, are you the cavalry?
I'm definitely not the cavalry.
Hold on, you're a patrol officer for the... no, I picked that up. Everything alright? I'm trying to talk to you.
I don't know. I mean, why would I want to talk to you?
Have I wronged you? I've done that to a lot of people.
No, you haven't wronged me. It's okay.
She shakes her head and breathes out.
Something changes in her. It's pity. Pity comes over her.
Okay, fine. Let's talk. What did you...
What does one talk about with a fellow officer?
With him?
Of course I'm with him. Why do you ask?
No, I'm just
The
wondering.
sooner you figure this hanging out, the sooner everyone can go home. What precinct?
Am I from? God, he doesn't know.
Fucking deranged lunatic.
Sunglass Ringman pursues
You're
Steve.
getting an intellectually unsatisfying vibe from this conversation. Maybe you're doing something wrong.
Okay, bye. It probably was a dumb question.
Hi, gendarme. Another rendezvous.
Oh, fucking already? Hello, sir. Hello, I
Hello,
just your
hello.
tie.
So what brings you here?
What are you doing here?
Admiring the atmosphere. What about you, officer?
Live here, my reserve
Convenient.
stance.
But what are you doing here? Talking to me?
Met your Sunday
You
friend.
did. And how did you like him?
Didn't like him as much
Ah,
as you.
shoot. Why not?
Who is he?
A visitor from the first world. He's not like you and me, gendarme. He can always return to his opportunities in Occident, Sur la Clé. Still, His coming and going brings some life to the village.
Okay.
Or is it just money? I don't know.
Here's the bar. What are you two?
Friends, I told you. Sunday friends. Friends who like to get together from time to time.
What does it mean, a Sunday friend? I have a guess.
That he won't be there when times get tough, I guess.
Not even a friend?
It is. On Sundays.
I'm just staying at
He
place
has
in the middle
keys.
of the night.
And he likes the view. To the sea, I mean.
I want to talk about other people. I want to talk about you.
What about me, gendarme? Bye-bye, gendarme.
Can I help you? Another thing. Yes.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite.
I'm looking at this pile of roofing material.
Because there's a secret door hidden behind the panels of Eternite. That's why they're too orderly.
Pull the panels
There
aside.
it is. You see a shabby little door.
Now we're cooking.
What is this then? A tool shed? Let's investigate.
Empty tube of magnesium supplement. A silver plate with traces of bone yellow powder.
Amphetamine. Sweet amphetamine. Maybe this Kuno kid knows where to find more. The lieutenant isn't studying the powder in the mirror. He's studying you. There's a good vague way to ask where he stands on drug use. Professionally, I mean.
Someone's taking narcotics here. Perhaps the police nerve?
Perhaps not. This is below our pay grade, detective. However...
Points to the ladder in the corner.
See that ladder there? It's probably another way into the industrial harbor, no? The secret path the local kids use.
Quite possibly. The poster says get out of the way or get fucked up. That's really simple. Cured pig's head. It looks mummified. One more cash. This doorway is going to collapse soon. Find more postcards. Restoration pillars keep the ruins together. Very shaky foundations here. Not like pivot down. It feels very strange.
Looks like someone left his tarpaulin cloak hanging on the railing here. When the wind ruffles the cloak, you can most definitely see a white rectangle on its back.
Son of a gun's a cop's
Yes,
cloak.
it's probably yours. It bears the RCM insignia, and you have a habit of being careless with your equipment.
He judges the drop.
You could probably make the jump. You look like you've done some track and field in your day.
The wind is aggressive up here. The lieutenant looks at the enormous crane towering in the distance over the container yard. The look in his eyes is a mix of the engineer-like interest and the wonder of a 6-year-old seeing a horse for the first time.
It's vivid. Len has more than
His
one.
eyes trace the crane's contour, as if trying to memorize its majestic shape. Then he notices your gaze.
Yes. We were in the middle of something. Your clock. I was under the assumption we could ask the leader of this union to help us get this body down. This is why we're here, right?
This would be for you to
Or
answer.
it could be that we are just exploring.
Looks around when wrestling is here. I mean, yes, but I feel like
He's thinking you've forgotten where you are again.
yeah, that's a dumb question. Correct. The cloak was mine. Should I go for it? Jump?
The cloak? I do think it's yours, yes. As to whether you should go for it?
You looks over the ledge and cold pain
Well,
below.
it doesn't seem too dangerous. 2 meter stops. Whenever you're ready to do it, I'll be right behind you.
The cloak looks like a bag of goodies floating in the wind. Who knows what its pockets may hide?
Alright, now. Okay, we'll put these on.
The luxury of fine things. Just look at those black monk straps. After spending an entire day hustling, who's to say that you didn't deserve a pair of ridiculously expensive shoes on your tired feet?
I just kind of found these. But you're right, beautiful things do make you
Beautiful
happy.
things give you a rush. It's power. Crafting your style, draping your flesh in silk and leather, deciding how to present yourself to the world. Remember, when they come to take it away from you, you worked for those shoes. Whether you like it or not, wearing these shoes has made you more liberal. Ultra liberal. They're either a gateway drug or a booster pack to get you deeper into free market ideology.
No, dedicated moralist here.
The tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing. Nope, no. That's still too high. What were you thinking? You're not a gymnast. You're a boxer. And you've climbed way too high up here.
Right, I can do it right now.
Sure.
Jump next time.
Just be careful, okay? Looks like you almost strained a muscle.
Yeah, I didn't think that would go well. Although... I think should, had someone follow me on Twitch. It seems honestly rather silly, but sure. I can't just like slip down. Thankfully, because it is Wednesday, not all of my options are totally, not all, it's not like everything's like closed off to me. I do have another avenue.
A rusting control panel with loose wires dangling out from the hole where an indicator light used to be.
Oh, I have something I could be doing instead.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Did you find out more about the owner of the armored boots?
Sorry, sir. I still haven't heard back from the database team. 57.
In the cabin.
Okay. A little bit later then.
A rusting control. You grab the handle and pull the lever. The water lock starts moving.
Okay, if we ever need to get to the coast, then this is the way. But please, contain your wanderlust for now. I don't want us to get sidetracked, not with everything that's going on.
Focus on one thing. Achieve it, then the next, he thinks. That's the task chain.
think.
The pockets of these new jeans are perfect for sticking your hand into. Makes you look cool, calm, and
What the fuck
collected.
is this?
As your hand enters the pocket, your fingers brush against something soft yet crinkly.
Yeah.
Hey, it's a chewing gum wrapper. It reminds you of the fruity juice of apricots. You should inspect it closer if you have time. Something about the wrapper's texture is familiar. By the way, the raw materials were most likely exported from Seaguy, the apricot suzerainty, and processed in sur-le-clay into the apricot-flavored chewing gum, loved by kids of today and yesterday. Something about it is familiar, and not only to your fingers.
Okay. I think, next point's got to be going towards that. Next point's going to go into a thought. It's going to be actual art critic. I'll use one of my healing items.
A tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Sweet.
As you leap in the air, a chilly breeze engulfs you, sharpening your senses.
It's like your senses taking
Ankles tingling from the tension, blood roaring in your ears. You are ready for your rendezvous with the concrete pavement below.
Continue the voyage through the salty air. Yes, you do.
As the concrete floor welcomes you, you realize it's been a while since you felt so alive, alert, capable. Must be the adrenaline.
I knew you could do it. My climbing down might not have been as disco as your jump, but at least we can explore the harbor now.
With your feet firmly planted on the concrete, the noise of the harbor rushes back in.
Collecting rainwater. And I put on these studs. So far I've benefited from the thumbs up just from like having it on, not like rushing through its pockets or anything. Sick. What's that? All around you, great machines and quiescence. Fight lower. At least 3 packs worth of cigarette butts. Numerous empty bottles of Commodore Red and potent Pilsner. Like you do. I actually have no... A giant asteroid on the pillow and pair of coffee rings on the armrest. The radio is emitting strange buzzing sounds, like you do. Someone left the coffee machine on. The dark liquid in the pot looks almost sentient. Jesus. What was that? A standard office file cabinet. The drawer seemed to be locked. This is a Dewey typewriter. The model name is on the back. Every worker equals member of the board is written atop of the flyers. At the bottom, the union logo and demand democracy. Book. La Femme, Volume 1, Number 4. You're probably not going to like me pillaging the place, basically, but that's whatever.
On second glance, someone has forgotten to properly close one of the drawers.
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave their paperwork lying around like this.
Let's see what's inside, he thinks. The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized selection of brown folders. Hundreds of documents containing logistical data. 2 kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, from Muindi, Grad, and even Ilmara. And the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol. Kuro, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock are listed among the many districts where the imports are being sold. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting blurry.
Volition. Force yourself to go through the folders.
Whatever's hidden here is hidden well. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics would be able to really make sense of it. However, there is a little handwritten note stuck on the side of the drawer.
Look at the note.
It appears to be a to-do list written in large, uneven capital letters. Remember, Leo, Everart's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everart's plants, sweep office floor, more banners. All items on the list have been crossed out, and the note itself is crumpled.
Look, Kim, a to-do note with lists of errands for Everard.
Everard Clare, probably. The head of the Debarders Union. One of his aides must have left it. Nothing incriminating here.
The special borscht seems a bit odd in the list. What is so special about this borscht? Code for drugs? Booze? Blood? Remember, Leah, all items on the drawer slide.
Huh.
The file cabinet, the drawer.
The touch card. Door's locked, can't be opened from the side without a pass card. Guess you have no choice but to talk to the union leader. It's not even getting out of here until then. Someone is habitually chilling next to the radio. I suppose that is the takeaway.
An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says, "Tokens unavailable due to strike. Use change." all those empty wine bottles and cigarette butts on the ground? Someone partied really, really hard here.
How hard?
Well, they went through 6 bottles of potent Pilsner, 3 bottles of Commodore Red, and almost 4 packs of cigarettes. It must have been pretty hard.
Can I do this?
Well, yes, I think we can say with relative confidence that it was you.
It's sad. It must have been miserable.
Yes, this scene isn't exactly ripping with joy. Let's just move on.
Turns to leave. Oh.
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads, René Arnaud.
This is where Renee works. I'm gonna look around.
If you must. But please hurry. We are pretty easy to spot up here.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and their sparse contents meticulously organized. There's a framed photograph on the table. Looks like the inhabitant is rather pedantic when it comes to order.
Let's get going. The entire neighborhood can see us up here.
It's not like too much evidence we were here. White pine trees are printed on the screen's cover. It looks like a forest under snow. Do you imagine that for San Antonio? Yeah.
Control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marche and Arrête are faded with use. It seems to control the large crane above. A container is attached to its hook block. Marche. On. Arrête. Off.
Let's not fuck with that. Faded industrial letters on the platform of all sudden. Shipyard is oddly quiet. The air machines are sleeping. Speaker tower is silent. There's no work to organize in the yard below. Oh, well, I paid for my room just now, so. Industrial-sized thermos smells like burnt coffee. The banner sags into the weight of rain and snow with white waves on red.
Container, container, I'll turn you nice and red. Container, container, put the logos on.
The lyrics to this container song are being made up as he goes along. The accent is so thick, it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi, from the vanishing peninsula of Ubisunt on Muindi.
Why is there a sick in my internal narration?
Container, container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, container, now belongs to Everard.
Tiny man is so engaged to work he doesn't notice you. Hello.
Everard, 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 he looks after everyone. Huh? Well, hey there. How can I help you, mister?
The look in its deep blue eyes is as sincere as you've ever seen. Kind of makes you feel like an arsehole for no apparent reason.
I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you?
A shadow passes over his kind face. What is it with you people in scabs?
I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know, and folks gotta eat.
He doesn't seem to be waiting for you to answer.
Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister.
What are you doing with the containers?
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them.
The containers in the yard are green in Wild Pine's livery, and the mountains rising behind Leo is all red in Union colors. It's like Some red infection was spreading outwards from the container yard's core. There appeared to be cisterns underneath the Union container covers.
This is like a massive redecorating operation, Kim.
Yes, they are hiding it from the inside. All the red containers have the Debarders Union logo on them.
Has anyone told you why you need to change the covers?
No, not really. Mr. Everett doesn't tell me all the big things. Says I go and tell them to everyone.
What's underneath these red covers? That is good to know, actually, about this man.
Oh, I don't know, mister. They say it's some chemicals. Most of them have labels on them, I think.
So yeah, you've been very helpful.
Oh, no trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all.
You work here?
Yes, yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, by the way. Leonard Bellick. But everyone calls me Leo.
Ryan raises his hand in a welcoming gesture.
I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town, and Mr. Edgar's right-hand man when Mr. Everett is away. Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady.
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
Lieutenant looks up at Leo.
A real pretty lady with a skin like those Douai Sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real nice to suckle on once the dinner is done and me and the missus sit down beside the radio. But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here and I'm always busy keeping things running here. Yes I am, yes I am.
Stay on this Miss Beaufort topic.
Hold on, who's this Miss Beaufort you
Oh,
mentioned?
Lizzie. She is a real sharp tool. Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything, east of the river. 4 years she was gone, and when she came back, she was all fancy and lawyerly.
He respects that word. That's obvious.
But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood. Knows everybody and gets along with everyone. Real pillar of the community one day, I'm sure.
For a fraction of a second, there's sadness in his eyes.
If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. But she can't have kids. Dr. Lemaitre said so, and she knows about such things. Been a doctor for almost 50 years she has.
He sighs and falls silent, watching you meekly with his blue eyes.
Law school? Could she be talking about the Union Fixer, aka the gardener?
Yeah, sure. I'm glad to answer. Yes, yeah, I'm like, actually...
Who is this?
A real, but I can't...
Stay on this.
Oh,
He
but she's a...
For a
If me miss Dr. Lim...
Law school? Could she be talking about the Union Fixer, aka the gardener?
Okay, so this is the Union Fixer, the gardener.
Looks like it.
I'm not sure what a fixer is, but she is a real nice girl. Smart as a whip, too.
The guy smiles a disarming smile at you.
Telling the gardener you know her name might throw her off. Perhaps something to consider later.
No, where's everyone? The harbor's empty.
Most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in.
He leans in with a confidential look.
We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked for 2 months now.
So no one is working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Everard is in his office, where he always is. And Jean-Luc is guarding the gate.
That's positive to think.
But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everard sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so.
He stops, but seems eager to tell you more. What trouble did Titus and his friends get into? Pray tell.
Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's union business.
He smiles and leans closer.
Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling them to take some time off.
What did they actually do?
I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't really know the details. That's just how boys are, you know. I haven't been in a fight since I was in middle school.
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this on the hearties.
He looks to you for assistance.
Look at him. It's not going to be anything useful anyway. Don't fight it. Better to go with the flow.
Yeah, let's hear about this.
I remember I was the runt of the class. The bigger boys always used to pick on me. You see, I had a bit of a temper back in the day. Flew off the handle like nobody's business. But Mr. Everett and his brother always came to help. Once they beat old Noel Becker so bad he needed stitches on his head.
Oh, they go way
Noel
back.
never started another fight with anyone after this. Mr. Everard and Mr. Edgar are real nice guys, mister. You should go talk to Mr. Everard. I'm sure you'll be good friends. He's friends with everyone around here.
You're never getting anything useful out of him. It's good enough you found out Everard has a brother called Edgar, and he helped Leo.
Leo wrote the note to make more
Oh,
banners?
yes, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things in no more. I almost forgot about the borscht.
Oh, was that about the borscht?
Oh, yes. I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men every day since the strike started. It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renadan's boar dogs every time the lunch is done.
Power borscht, huh? Never heard of a borscht that turns little guys into dogfighters. Alcohol, however.
What do you mean by taking the sleep to the men? Is it for striking?
Yes, yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. They brew it in the whirling in rags.
Who makes it, the whirling?
Oh, the whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana in that weird language and laughing together. He doesn't speak what we speak. He's from Grad.
Looks like the borscht is spiked. I'm gonna look into it.
Oh, sure, mister. Sure. You do that. Yes, sir.
What's in that container?
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them. They're just waiting to be loaded up.
I'm looking for the leader of the dock workers.
Oh, you want Mr. Everard then? He's an awfully nice fellow, he is. Him and his brother are both nice fellows. They've lived their entire lives in this here neighborhood.
Cough and continues
Guys like Mr. Everard and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are real good guys. Made Martinez what it is today. Mr. Everard and Mr. Edgar and I went to the same school we did when we were boys.
He's an alley. I always want to know where I can find this man.
Oh, Mr. Everard is where he always is. In his office, of course.
He points to the two joint containers on your right.
Bye-bye now.
He returns to his work. Coffee in the giant thermoses is still lukewarm. A stair made of pallets leading up. A taxidermy fish that tells time. I don't know how that works. But we'll go for it. It's gonna be a big moment, so I'll quickly just eat a little more, then we'll get back to it.
pose of a man seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his work, not the least bit surprised to see you. With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing. He simply stares at you.
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat. I'm Everard Clare, head of the Debarders Union here in Martinez.
Okay, I wasn't actually muted for that long. I don't think, anyway. Either way, it's fine.
I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents me from getting up. You understand?
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair, on the other hand, looks like a torture device.
You go ahead, detective.
Lieutenant nods at you then.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll do my best. Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
I'd rather stay.
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized manner, as equals. Take a seat. I insist.
I don't insist. It's. I mean, you're clearly trying to like bear down on me, doing the whole Joseph Stalin with his mini chair thing.
Very well, Mr. Dubois. I respect a man with strong convictions.
He nods, his multiple chins move like ocean waves.
I, too, have convictions. One of which is that I will not engage with any man who won't face me at eye level. Should you find yourself more amenable in the future, I'd gladly resume our conversation. But until then, I'm afraid I must ask you to leave.
Turns back to his
You're no
background.
Titan affiliation, buddy. He's got you in a fork. Sit down or leave.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another.
He's just like, damn, this chair's
So tell
uncomfortable.
me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's violating your backside.
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners, it pains me to say. This should take care of that nonsense.
He points to a giant novelty check on his desk. It's absolutely comically huge. I don't really want to be indebted to you, sir.
It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager. Go ahead, take it.
He points at it again.
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money. You need it.
Wait, you know Guy?
Yes, I know Lawrence. He's a real character. No union man in him. A real piece of work, that boy is.
With a grin, he points to the checker game. It's like you're on a game show. At least don't thank him for it.
I do kind of need the spending cash. Oh, this is gonna bite me.
Is there anything you'd like to say to me? Or...
No.
No. It's cool.
Cool? I wouldn't go that far. I'm sure there are cooler things than delivering a comically oversized novelty check to a cafeteria manager. But, sure, if that's what's cool nowadays. Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you, Union people are on it as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun, lost gun. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only two words escape its gravitational pull. Lost and gun. When he said, "Don't worry," he actually meant, be very worried.
How do you know
I
about
know
that?
everything, Harry. Right now, I know that you're worried. Don't be worried. Everything's going to be all right. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place. I just know it. I have a feeling everything's going to be all right.
I have a very strong feeling it was your fucking goon who grabbed it.
It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it. You always keep at least 2 barrels loaded.
Kim?
Officer, we will deal with this later. We don't need Mr. Clare's help with this.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
This is not going well.
God, you're sweating. Your knee is jerking. You're about to cry, aren't you? You're about to cry because you lost your gun and those children are gonna shoot themselves with it.
I'm not about to cry, try to stay
Mr.
cool.
Dubois, you don't look so good.
What is this, Mr. Dubois? He keeps repeating. What is he trying to pull here? You need to cool the fuck down. Chill.
Mr. Dubois! Mr. Dubois! Harry!
Harry snapped his fingers with no effect. You're in some stupor. And no, Harry's like,
Mr.
go to your
Dubois,
safe place.
are you okay? Can I get you a glass of water or something? Are you having some kind of medical emergency?
Maybe you could use your hands somehow, in a kind of throw-in motion, like you're throwing that Mr. Dubois act right back at him. He's Mr. Dubois.
This is part of the fail, I think. Yeah, man, I'm fucking great.
Don't be dramatic. I can see your condition isn't terminal.
What an odd demonstration of... you got me, Harry. I don't even know what. As entertaining as it was, I'm afraid we're wasting our time. And I'm an extremely busy man, as I'm sure you are too.
Okay, enough. We are here to ask you some questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
Quick, here's your window. Get yourself together and ask him questions. Police officer questions. It is about time to stop embarrassing yourself. Questions will help you regain some of your lost dignity.
Aren't you gonna ask me how I
Harry, honestly, I'm just relieved you didn't get a hernia. A man your age...
The big man peers at you over the rims of his glasses for a moment, then interlaces his fingers and rests his chin on his hands.
Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance to request it.
Talk about the hanging.
Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I know everything that goes on around here, and I would love to discuss it with you. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me.
I sense there's a but.
But there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information, we could blow this thing wide open.
Yes, that sounds good. Let's do that.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines. Incredibly talented at opening doors.
You've heard wrong, Everett. We're not.
Oh, you're being too modest, my friend. But don't worry. This annoying thing I have is completely legal. I just need you to open a door.
An excellent opportunity presents itself, sire. You could win the trust of the arch-liar, pretend to play into his hand. Then, should you wish, bend his efforts towards your own.
Oh, no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about. Harry, I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary physique you do. You look like you could run around all day.
You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you.
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi, and therefore I must occasionally enlist outside help. So what will it be, Harry?
What do you mean by a weasel?
A loud blabbering weasel. When weasels feel no one is watching, they start acting foolishly.
He removes his glasses and rubs his nose.
Just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's been such a burden on me, Harry. I just want this to be over so I can discuss business with you.
He puts his glasses back on. As Mr. Drama suggested, I think we will at least play around with it.
Fantastic, my friend. Just let me know when it's done and we can take our friendship to the next level.
Puts his fingers.
You can get the key from Manana. He's down by the gates. Manana's like a free agent in the Union. Special operations. Hardened socialist. A real free thinker, too. He'll tell you precisely where the door is. One last thing, Harry. Just open the door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door.
Help me get a dead body down from the tree.
You might have noticed there's one hanging on a tree behind the hostel cafeteria.
Oh my. Don't take this question personally, but why would I get involved in this matter?
Mr. Clare, the man was hanged with a cargo belt. A steel-reinforced cargo belt. It's safe to assume the Union had something to do with the murder.
I'm really not sure what the fuck the Dragon thinks I'm doing when I'm taking a drink.
Besides, getting the body down would benefit all of us. It's a stain on the neighborhood.
New community leader, have
I can certainly see how having him up there might start affecting some real estate values.
He licks his fat lips and smiles.
But of course, all joking aside, I am going to help you.
He picks up the handset of a radio phone to his right and clicks a button.
Jean-Luc, my boy, I'm sending 2 police officers down. They have a dead body in a tree problem they need help with. Namely, they need it to be taken down. And, Jean, please take it easy with the race science. He's had enough of that.
He hangs up and turns back to you.
You can find Jean-Luc down at the gates, but you already knew that. Anyway, he's going to help you. Yes, your lost gun. My best men are on it. They're turning every stone, searching every playground, asking kids, grandmas, everyone. Your gun will be found, Harry. Let me assure you of that. It's just a matter of time and effort.
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage. Who
my gun
knows?
hostage?
Only one thing is certain. If you work with him, you're going to get it back. And working with him might be the only way to do it.
Will not be blackmailed with
Harry, Harry, I was only trying to be tactful. A lost gun is a dangerous thing. I can't have it around in my neighborhood. Kids could be playing gun roulette with it as we speak. Teenage gangs could be arming themselves. Get a hold of yourself, Harry.
I assure you we are working on locating the missing sidearm.
The lieutenant is concerned about the lost gun and feels that the fact you haven't prioritized looking for it.
Excellent, Mr. Kitsuragi. Yes. What's that, Harry? You're getting a little pale. Is it the words paranoid schizophrenic and lost gun in one sentence? Don't worry, it's just a lead. It'll probably turn out to be nothing. Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate.
Great. We want to get stuck.
Here. You're one of us now. A real red and white Union man. Take care, Harry.
That went incredibly poorly, I think, actually. I'm not very happy with that. I'm going to turn my volume down just a little bit. It does seem like it's getting a little bit higher than I would generally like. But that'll be fine. musk of oil and rust comes from the chasm in front of you. Smells like blood. How about I didn't just fuck up the whole gun thing? I think the K is not pronounced in that. Actually, I'm not sure though. Did open some doors for us, but I just don't like it.
So, how'd you like our harbor?
You've been in there, he means. Talked to the boss man too, probably.
Nice enough.
It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains.
He nods solemnly, then turns to you, a wide smile adorning his face. I'm just like, I'm still fucking corn-cobbing, man. That went badly.
Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you have any more questions, I'm set to talk. The mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing?
Mark was hanging at the very sort of type of cargo belt, one often used in heavy transport for example, harbors.
What a thought! Why would noble workers resort to such a thing? Unless they were pushed, of course.
Pushed how?
Your dead guy was an enemy combatant.
Hold up. What does that mean?
He was an agent of the opposition, attempting to undermine our honorable efforts.
Did you kill him?
I ain't the murdering type, but that's just me. Large organizations like our union have all sorts of men, with all sorts of skills.
He's not lying about not doing it himself.
Understood. This has been of limited use. Still, thank you.
No problem. I wish the best to you in your search. Sure, I'm glad it's not my search. A key, huh? What door is this key supposed to open?
So when you could tell
Of course. I got you. You don't know anything. I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say.
Not really doing it for political reasons.
Oh, so the none of the above type, are you? I get it. I like to keep my distance too. But it doesn't matter. It's a good thing you're doing. Thanks. What you're looking for is a basement door behind the greenhouse. That's behind the wailing and rags. That's all I know. Our organization is what you call compartmentalized. Means we keep out of each other's business.
Okay, but where did you get the key from?
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life and things that really, truly matter.
You see, it's wanders off into the distance.
None of this mess we're in. This jiving and juggling. What's it for? To feed our children, I guess.
Anything else I should know about this task? This weasel person, when I'll be home? I want to actually talk to the fucking guy.
I'm more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big picture stuff. Who I am, who you are, what we are fighting for.
The man takes a big sip from his flask.
He means he's not going to tell you, cause he doesn't know. But he will shoot his mouth off with you now that you're working for Everard. Who he is, and what they're fighting for. This is interesting.
Why are you striking?
We're negotiating our share.
Your share?
Aye.
He's pleased with himself. Wait, so not wages or pensions?
This stuff. They already covered.
To be grateful then? A lot more than most people have here.
Never grateful. Were we ever grateful, we'd have nothing. You fight for every piece.
How large a share would you like?
All of it. However, right now we want all the harbor workers to be on the company's board, so they could take part in the decision-making process.
This seditious talk sounds like communism. Just so we're on the same page, communism is basically wanting to kill the rich people or deporting them to a labor camp in southeast Grad. But don't say that out loud if you're a communist.
Bossman Everett, what can you tell me about him?
I think it's best you make up your own mind now that you've met him. In my eyes, he is a capable organizer and a decent businessman.
What does boss in the union entail anyway?
I guess you kind of get to be the village chief. He oversees the harbor, makes deals with the owners or other relevant parties. Watches out for his own.
By that, you mean corruption?
By heavens, why would he not be corrupt? We live in a harsh and disordered world, see? And in this world, the old man is corrupt for our benefit, and we know it. Appreciate it even. He is, personally, not too lavish.
The dancing lavish.
He is reasonably lavish, sure. That's his prerogative. It's not like you want a saintly demeanor on a corrupt motherfucker. That would be a manipulative illusion. Besides, there are no non-corrupt systems in the world anyway, and moralism is the most corrupt of them all.
This man has political theory, and it has not failed him today.
Pinch, let me ask something
Sure
else.
thing.
I guess we'll bless this second.
This was great. You feel mentally reinvigorated.
Actually, do you know anything about the Hardy Boys?
Los Ardis? They're an independent militant group. A bit too high-strung, but it comes with the responsibility. They're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that. Except it's Eberhard's law. But really, they're just like you.
Good talking to you.
Yes?
It's a fucking...
The unpromising race pupil returns.
Hanging out with the Hardy Boys.
I am not the first line of defense. I am the last. In addition, these so-called Hardy Boys are an effeminate clique of bodybuilders. Their company is spiritually degrading.
You pick up on something artificial in his tone, like he's putting on an act. This is unlike him. He is usually more himself.
Alright. More to it. What have you got against them?
Fine. They have recently fallen under the influence of a possibly sexually perverted female vagrant and a narcotics peddler. It's shameful.
What do you mean?
Find out for yourself. Endomorphic blob.
That is interesting.
Interesting.
Everett told you to get the body down from the
So
street.
it was. You surmounted the harbor wall in a display of athletic prowess to reach my superior. Then had him give me an order.
I salute your cunning, and I will remove the body from the tree with my bare hands.
Oh. Oh, God. Why? Why?
You're so noble, Measurehead.
There's a but.
But while I am gone, someone must stand guard on the bridge. That someone needs to be you. Both of you.
What do we know?
This is the uncomfortable result of not taking it on ourselves. I can live with a compromise.
I just wanted to run it by you. I'm not feeling great at the moment.
Listen to your little friend. He is wise in his childlike way. His mysterious race may yet prove fierce competition to my heroic haplogroup.
And wait here while he
Babe,
goes.
see that they stay here the whole time.
The woman's gaze follows Measurehead as he leaves.
So, you guys are like cops or something?
Trying to keep things going.
Have you ever thought that maybe things should go to shit? I'm Katya, by the way.
You hear that? That sound? He's breaking something.
Yeah, Jean-Luc must be really tearing it up over there. I wish I could see it.
I don't. I've seen enough of that dead body already.
Look at you! RCM rent-a-cops! Guarding that bridge like Evrod's lapdogs! Is this where it's at now? The RCM is for sale!
And who are you? What is your business here? Why are your clothes 4 sizes too small for you?
None of your business.
A shrill laughter interrupts you, echoing across Martinez. It's Kuno. Then the man turns to look behind him at the behemoth appearing around the corner, approaching him, walking past him.
Okay, there's something like really cool about like the amount of threads that are intersecting here in this action. I wasn't expecting it, but yeah. There's like 4 or 5 collisions going on there
The
almost.
corpse has been removed from the tree. Stand down and congratulate yourself. You have sided with Ray's victory today.
There's been no side choosing. We had keyboard.
And what you had to do was to become a Union man for all to see.
Yep. This was in fact a very visible action. I didn't even think about that. Can I get a better look at the thing now?
You missed a good show before. A kid came by and completely fucked the tree to pieces.
He fucked the tree up! Fucked it good! It was porno!
You need to act decisively. It's Kuno. Use Kuno words.
You can read the dialogue for yourself.
Stop choking, Kuno! The faggot has got you in a chokehold!
Kuno's not fucking choking.
If you're out there, it serves you right for using reactionary shit.
Like fuck you did. Kuno's gonna keep saying kipped forever now. Kipped.
He only gets 2 kips out before he coughs.
Shit. The fuck did you want anyway? You got your fuck bag down. Now let's talk normal shit.
Oh, now you want a normal conversation, huh?
Yes. Kuno wants a normal conversation. Ask normal shit, please. Kuno doesn't...
I think rhetoric is a good one.
Lies on the ground among the remains of an absolutely demolished pinewood branch. It's gently laid on one side.
Well, it's down.
Mr. Measurehead has done a good job. Nothing is too broken or compromised. The victim is ready for a field autopsy.
A field autopsy.
1. Investigation of the scene. 2. Initial examination of the victim. 3. Field autopsy. 4. Transportation of the body to the morgue. We are on number 3.
The RCM's 4-phase murder scene processing manual.
The fuck are they on about?
Cop's gonna cut his shit up.
Don't we just want to choose a doctor?
No, you and I are detectives. The honorary rank of detective signifies our ability to handle the entire incident chain, from autopsy to cleanup to social work, everything.
I mean, honorary?
An honor and a burden attached to your rank once you've proven yourself able, usually after 5 to 8 years of field work. Mine is Lieutenant Detective.
Yes, I feel like a detective.
You are. Your station would not have assigned you on this case if you weren't. Now...
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Tell me something, Dad.
Shoot, Looney Rooney. Come back later, Corporal. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento.
Let's go ahead and unlock a thought slot here. Oh, that sucks. I might end up actually not using the slot for a bit. I think I'm going to do regular law official.
The rotting man lies on his... The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Firstly, what exactly is a field autopsy?
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them.
What you do know is, at 18.9 kilometers, the dormant shield volcano, Corpus Mundi, is the world's highest summit, and the failure of the 38 single, Epui Descent, to crack the top 20 was the death knell of disco. But what a field autopsy is, you have no idea.
Another pair of gloves?
Unfortunately, no.
I need a pair then. Can we turn to this shortly or glove hunting?
Let's not go glove hunting, please. Let's use division of labor. I perform the anatomical side, while you take notes.
Just fill this in, right? Showing the red field autopsy form in your ledger?
That's right.
You knew it because you inspected your ledger. The lieutenant is relieved you know the protocol.
Open your ledger at the field autopsy form.
The dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists, describing the condition of his skin and organs in 3 parts. Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It begins with,
1. Assistant.
That's you.
The corpse lies there, indifferent to your retrograde amnesia. The next box says,
Coroner's case number...
KK57-0803.0815.
KK equals Kim Kitsuragi. 57 equals Precinct 57, followed by his date, 0803, and time of arrival, 0815, on the scene. He's indexed the case after himself, not you. That's because he doesn't want to bring up the messy question of your initials.
Write it down.
Next.
Name.
NA. Next.
Date of birth.
NA.
Age.
Roughly 50.
Try 40. The damage is so extensive, it's better to err on the young side.
I'm gonna write 42.
He nods.
Race?
Mondial.
Fair to olive-skinned, from the Isola of Mwindi. This is as vague as it gets. You might as well say whitish. The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither mondial nor anything other.
Sex?
Fucky, fucky!
A little much, sent energetically. Fucking hell. I was gonna say yes. I was gonna be like sex, yes, but we're referring to a disgusting bloated corpse, so I thought maybe not, but you know, the game went in for it anyway.
Male.
Pigs can have sex!
Right, male.
Nor does he look male, with his pregnant belly and indistinguishable face.
Date of death?
We're still going with March 4th. 51.
Right. March 4th, 51.
What else? 9. Body identified by is non-applicable. 10. Case number is the same as the coroner's case.
KK 57 0503 0815 listens motionless, with the cargo belt still around his neck. Only one box remains.
Evidence of
None.
treatment.
At least not after the initial examination.
Exactly. Is
Interfering with the body's position or wounds post-mortem.
Don't overdo it. It's okay to be unsure.
I'm not so sure. I mean, we had the kid fucking throwing rocks at him.
A silent nod. The lieutenant places. Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature, a holdout from pre-DeLorean burial rites. It takes him 2 seconds to perform. Then, somewhere in Jamrock North, a small wood shed behind Rosencrantz Road, Lieutenant Nick Feuerbach puts his hand to the chest of a small corpse, no larger than a monkey. It's raining outside, light drizzle. There is darkness in the shed. Elsewhere yet, an obese female sits in a wicker chair, her silhouette bull-like against the window. Outside, Grand Coudon. The day is turning dim for Sergeant Mac Dawson. Hand extended, he approaches, to make sure she is dead more than anything else. And so, all across Jamrock, Coal City, GRIH, 42 deceased persons found today, 42 stations of breath.
We should start the post-mortem.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thicket of boxes and lists on red copier paper tries to answer why.
External examination summary.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodine, I think.
He turns the body onto its side, check the underwear label.
See, it's happening.
Babrodine, yes. Inexpensive. Size M. Color white.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something more lurid.
The rest of the clothes have been removed post-mortem by scavengers in order to get to the victim's ceramic armor. Officers are in search of the missing pieces. Removal of the boots is left for processing.
It would be clever of you to omit the boots altogether, sire. If you are to keep them for yourself, as you ought to. You have deserved them more than anyone else.
I'll write it down.
The boat has a serial number. It's E50.100.100. The lines between the plates are in the shape of the alphanumerical. The number is purposefully concealed by the design. Tattoos.
He stands up, feet planted on either side of the body.
The upper torso is covered in a single, continuous tattoo, resembling a map of the night sky. It reaches from the right shoulder to the heart. The ink is blue and white. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings, to be added to the case files as document A1. The photo is taken on the scene, using a Trigat Mini. The deceased has a belt for airlifting cargo around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color, yellow. Length, 3 meters. There is a buckle on the other end.
Write it down.
Well nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age 42. Preservation is good. Ambient temperature, below freezing.
Write it down.
Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short.
Write it down. Short, light brown, no pattern baldness.
Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and thighs. Consistent with stones thrown post-mortem. Low velocity.
Fucking low velocity? You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max. Talking shit about Kuno's velocity.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest. Consistent with predation.
Write down.
Ligature mark.
Lieutenant presses a small folding knife with the other hand pulling on the belt. He starts cutting into the polyester. The stench is horrid. After a while, it's obvious the material cannot be cut.
The steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the belt so we can get to the ligature mark. We get chain cutters, then try with those. I have a pair in the toolbox of my kinema. 10 corpse. We had a good rhythm going.
Tank gets up and brushes his pants. Okay. Let's make another hard save actually, and then I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. So I'll see y'all in a second. Okay, sweet. We're so back.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, a metallic drawer. The handles are long and sleek. Snap, snap go the cutters. in your hand. The pull-out toolbox slides back. A metallic. The pull-out tool.
I can't actually put anything back in it, so we just got the full contents of the toolbox now. It's great.
The rotting man lies on his side with his eyes looking straight through you. His body is supine and open to intrusion. By autopsy, the lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Examination. Now we have the chain cutters to cut the belt.
Cut with as much precision as you can, please.
See, my pig is gonna fuck his head off.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
Look for a good spot to
The
cut.
belt is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck, swelling over the edges like white bread rising from the east.
This isn't gonna go well.
You jam the cutters right under the knot. That seems like a smart idea. Yeah, somewhere there. Already they're buried deep in the man's flesh. Then you rotate them to get a better hold. Then, a really, really bad smell is coming from there now. And some kind of cracking sound.
Yeah, fuck him! Fuck that faggoty! Corpse fucking time!
Told you my pig was hardcore.
I should have a go first. I think I have a strategy.
Samson takes chain cutters for a yeah.
He sinks the cutters into the knot, preparing to perform the cuts, with his elbow to his knee for precision.
I'm not the guy for this.
Snap! The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet, revealing the dead man's neck and the dark red ligature mark around it.
Here.
He hands you the chain cutters back and then is close to the body, running his finger along the dark red groove until it comes to a gap.
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck, on the nape. Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters. Chest is intact, normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant. Pelvis intact. Genitalia.
Pulls down the man's underpants, so I know what's about to happen.
No! It's gonna happen, see!
I fucking knew it!
This is clearly what they've been waiting for, ever since the autopsy began. The lieutenant is trying to make it as boring as possible.
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury.
The dead man's penis is average-sized, congested from the downward collection of blood. The testicles are uneven in length.
I hope you're all enjoying that.
Underneath, the genitalia is greenish. Marbling is present
Fun
around the
today?
crotch.
Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip. In addition, I see smaller, residual scars, too numerous to count, covering about 30% of his skin.
From wounds sustained over 2, maybe more decades, dispersal and accumulation indicates long and active combat duty.
The scarring is sensitive way more than a law officials.
We have a real museum here. Of battles, wars.
Write it
Last
down.
item, hands.
He takes the man's right hand in his, inspects it, then moves on to the other hand.
Hands are clean. No sign of a recent struggle.
Are we expecting it?
I was. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Honestly, this stench is making it hard for me to think at the moment.
Maybe I should have.
Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next?
Description of injuries.
I'm afraid we can't continue before we've gone. This, I remind you, central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous system?
Of course, there is a moral to be drawn from it. A moral to this story.
Should I?
What would that be?
He looks at you inquisitively.
The dead man looks, too, with barely contained excitement to hear the moral of his story.
Brain is very vulnerable to compromise in its blood supply.
I think that may well be the moral of every story, officer.
Lieutenant grins. He finds me. He's charmed by me. See? All right.
Good. Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth, not injury related. Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone. Let's see.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it, gently. A rotting smell erupts from the mouth.
So how are all of you?
Fluid runs down his lips, black and viscous. You hear cracks as the lieutenant moves his sharp fingers inside the flesh, like the creaking of an old house at night.
Oh, fucking hell.
Yeah, jack that fucker off!
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Unremarkable.
Write it down.
Respiratory system.
Back hunched as if in prayer, he begins to pry open the dead man's jaws. He stops to exert more force, both hands are used.
Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth swollen. Hemorrhaging present in mucosa of the lips and mouth.
Look inside the dead man's mouth.
No scream. No sigh of relief rises from the darkness inside. It's humid there. Sickly sweet air, unlike anything living. You feel like you're about to throw up again, straight in that mouth of his.
People leave it be.
Hepatobiliary. NA.
Why don't we have anything?
Are you a hepatobiliary expert?
He looks at the corpse's stomach with a mixture of tiredness and disgust. I don't think so.
Neither am I.
And
that's it.
Okay. No.
Same for toxicology and serology. NA.
Both?
Unless you have untapped reservoirs of knowledge there.
Since we wanted something we could still do.
Like a toxicology screening. At this stage, I doubt processing will find anything, even if he was brimming with cocaine. But still, you should add a request.
Brimming with cocaine.
Write NA and add toxicology request. That seems pertinent.
Cardiovascular.
It doesn't actually.
The body exhibits heavy lividity. Blood has gathered in the hands, feet, and neck. Hypostasis is visually consistent with the hanging. Gastrointestinal.
He breathes a sigh of approaching relief. Okay. He breathes a sigh of approaching relief, and this is the last field on the list. He looks around to the ground full of feces there.
This will do.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila.
Touches the corpse's bloated lower abdomen briefly. Write it down, keep the
What's
bottom.
next on the list?
Description of injuries. Now that we fully examine the body.
Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too.
Injuries we haven't.
Oh, so we inflicted them?
Okay, I have.
Okay, so there's an incision on the thorax from a chain cutter. I wouldn't mention it. Better not to muddy the waters.
See? These pigs are fucking corrupt.
The boy nods approvingly.
Why don't you fuck him if you love him so much?
Now, injuries.
That's the 4th field.
Nothing. Just in case.
Bite
Head,
marks.
chest, and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by birds has caused damage to the body. Odontologist does not need to be consulted. And your opinion, officer?
The description 2 marks waiting to be checked. Non-fatal post-mortem.
Agreed. Next injury?
Contusions.
So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury, a stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response. The perpetrator on the scene has confessed to causing it post-mortem.
At maximum velocity, fucko!
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
Write it down.
Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the countless stones have hit the dead man, beneath the description of injury. 2 boxes.
Non-fatal post-mortem.
Next,
Ligature mark.
a dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. The hyoid bone is fractured, the cervical column intact. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Depth of the mark, 1 centimeter. No signs of clawing on the neck.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side. The ring around his neck is visible.
Opinion, fatal injury.
That's it. We have established cause of death. It's not much, and it leaves much to be questioned. But it's a start. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over.
First time again.
Well, we established probable cause of death. Some would say that's the goal of an autopsy. We also requested a toxicological screening. That was thorough. The results should arrive in a couple of weeks, if we are lucky. I will not hold my breath.
What else?
We were thorough with the list of injuries too. We described them all in detail. What is there to say? Given the circumstances, it was a professional field autopsy.
Oh yeah, well done, Master Detective. Maybe a drink is in order?
What now?
I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to Faubourg.
What about a copy of the autopsy
for
report?
processing.
Looks at the dead man one more time, then at the slip of red paper in his hand, then at the corpse again.
He's thinking, did I miss something? I'm sure we didn't get everything. There's always something.
Let's bag him. Take him away.
Okay. I need a little help for carrying him to the holding pen of my kinema. I can take care of the rest.
There go those beautiful enamel boots. May they rest in processing.
What should I do in the
Continue
meanwhile?
working here. The locals, the case, or attend to your own business. I will meet you downstairs in the Whirling in Rags tomorrow morning, 7:30 sharp.
This means Lieutenant Kitsuragi will leave the party until tomorrow morning. You're free to do side tasks, and even the main case, though it might be more difficult.
Okay, sweet.
If you have nothing to do, read books or sit on the bench on the plaza.
Bagged the corpse and drank to the motor carriage. Like you do. Rhetoric feels really good. And you have some incentives for leveling logic? I'm already like well towards another level, so you know. Let's do that. Little about it was ideal, but we did get to that point.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. Yes. Got the 20 real.
And this giant novelty check.
You must be kidding, right? Yeah, good one, officer. Real funny. But this establishment only takes cash. Now, do you have that cash, Mr. Novelty Check Man?
Yeah.
Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real tomorrow.
We had some conversations I could strike up in there. Drive beyond the gate or abandoned motor boys. The sign says no entry. Someone scribbled an inverted star on it, as you do. Had decades-old concrete defenses. Children play on them now. A breaker box to power the radio pilot above you. Maybe there's something inside? A bit of cash. Someone has broken down the fence and the barbed wire. Creeping ahead, a broken axle grinding. Take a banged up full canister. A bottle drained of all its booze is frozen to the ice. The ice just off the coast crackles, shifting.
A banged up motor carriage lies half submerged in the icy water, slowly sinking into the Insulindian Ocean. Only the cabin top, rear wheels, and the engine remain visible. It must be cold and lonely down there, in the icy water. Remember the tire tracks in Martinez? This is where they were leading. The motor carriage sits in the salty ocean water, cold and sad. It doesn't have an opinion.
Most suspicious. I should investigate.
A seagull takes off from the half-submerged machine. It's almost like the bird is acknowledging your decision. You get a sudden sinking feeling. Stomach acid comes up as you look at the motor carriage in the deep, dark, cold water. Why the doom and gloom? It's just a sunken motor carriage. Some motor carriages are bound to end up in the sea.
Run your hand over the cold
The
metal.
motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. Getting it out would require a team of specialists.
What's the make of the
The
ice? Can I see
logo is
logo?
too deep in the murky water. You can't make it out, but you do see a monkfish float by. The accident couldn't have happened too long ago. The ice hasn't closed up around the vehicle, so the crash must have happened last Saturday or Sunday. The estimate is correct. The incident probably occurred on Sunday evening. Although the sunken motor carriage is probably flattered by you addressing it, it does not supply an answer. Wait for the low tide. Then you should be able to access the cabin.
Sit on the swing and wait for the tide to recede.
As you sit down in the old, rusty playground, the world around you becomes very silent. The hinges creak under your weight, dangerously so. Nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter. Ice cracks around the blue motor carriage in the sea.
Whistle a tune.
The tune on your lips forms a strange yet undeniably beautiful contrast with the surrounding bleakness.
Oh, hello. How long you been here?
It's sad that no one and nothing but the sunken vehicle is here to witness it, but the unexpected beauty of the tune lifts your spirits nonetheless.
Yep, awesome.
The clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a timepiece. 30 minutes have passed. Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good topic for discussion.
I wonder what all these people in the city behind me are doing.
Dreaming, drinking, fucking, fighting, trying to improve their lives, wishing for a better tomorrow.
Kite sure is taking its sweet time.
It's unclear whether the sunken vehicle agrees or not, but merely uttering these words gives you the illusion of time speeding up. Just like how the crazy daredevil piloting that vehicle must have accelerated into the sea. What a clumsy wuss, unless someone was trying to fake his own death and start life anew. Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass.
I think that's the first time I've failed the casual blue check.
Yes, it is. It feels as the city behind you grows silent in the waiting. Seems like an eternity has passed. A dim light scatters from the cloud cover above the city. In it, you can see the blue and white motor carriage slowly appear from the water, centimeter by centimeter, as the sea recedes. It's a Caprice 40, a workhorse of the motor park, favored by the working men, government offices, firefighters, I guess, maybe animal control people. You know, those kind of people. Yes, Harry, it's the number 41, the number of our precinct. I hoped you would come back for me.
Oh, no. Oh, no, not happening. None of my
Come
watch.
on, Harry. There's nowhere to run. It's just you and me, old friend.
He's forward to mean so many things. It's not like I own the
Come
number.
on, Harry. There's nowhere to run. It's just you and me, old friend.
Oh,
I'm so sorry, Harry. A massive pit opens up in your stomach, and the most terrible feeling comes over you. No. Just nope. Say no to this, Harry.
No, it's not true.
No matter how many times you say it, it won't change the truth.
Oh god, it is, man. I drove my car into the sea.
Yes, Harry, you did.
No.
The sooner you accept it, the sooner you can move on.
They're not gonna take me back after this.
After losing every single thing you were entrusted with, I wouldn't hold my breath.
Guess he was in there now.
An aggressive-looking seagull lands on the swing set and stares at you with a murderous look. You really need to keep moving.
Oh. I have the badge. Footprints in the snow, they lead away from the accident. I need to... There's a boat tucked away under the tarpaulin cover. The broken glass, dusty shelves, and the forgotten chair. Sounds of life in the north. A washboard scrubs filth from fabric. Someone has left their music collection beneath the tarpaulin. Shit is mine. Thank you. Somebody's missing. No one's been here for a long time. Glory says the graffiti out to the ghosts of us.
Rust peels off the bent iron posts of the swing. The wind whistles through the skeleton of the small house behind you. There's desolation everywhere.
What happened?
In this yard? Someone thought they could have a summer house on the beach for cheap. It didn't work out. Looks like they abandoned it. A long time ago, someone used to live here, laugh here. Thought it was a good idea to build a swing even. An intense loneliness comes over you. This is a good place for a nice, sad drink. Uncork a velvety bottle of red wine and think about life for a moment. Really philosophize.
Okay, smallest church in St. Sam. Birds in the birch tree, barely audible cues from above. I do want to keep exploring here, and I don't think it really looks that good. I can't radio in about the fucking badge, can I? Not while he's gone, anyway.
A police badge on which you see the photo of a man. You. Some seaweed is stuck to the back. The man in the photo looks at you solemnly.
Study the badge.
Encased between two durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information and a watermark in the shape of the street grid of Revachol West. You see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number, the date of issue, and in the lower right corner, your precinct. The man keeps winking at you with his green-gray eyes. The photo is old, no doubt about that, but the badge is new. You used an old photo for a new badge.
How old?
8, maybe 10 years. The guy in the picture is rather good looking. He's got a nice haircut and is distinctly lacking in massive sideburns.
He's winking. Why?
What do you think? His face is already contorted by the expression, although it looks less grotesque on him than it does on you now. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information on it, and a shining watermark.
Name, Harrier Dubois.
This document confirms it. Harrier Dubois, i.e., Harry is really your name.
Rank LTN 2JFR. I'm gonna be honest, I'm glad Kim wasn't there when we fucking found that.
That's what it says on the badge. No more information is provided. You should look at the badge when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is around. He could help you make sense of all this. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information on it, and a shining watermark.
Serial number?
Rivershell, Jamrock, Precinct 41. You don't remember what the numbers in the middle mean.
Date of issue, 7th of November, 50.
The badge was issued roughly 4 months ago. A new document is given to you as part of a promotion, or when you lose the old one.
Precinct
The number shows that this badge belongs to an officer of the 41st Precinct. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see light.
Suppose that's that. Bushes are too thick and thorny to pass through. Cinder blocks charred. A makeshift fire pit with magazines for lighting. What's going on now? Also, how are you? I'm doing alright. Okay. I'm kind of not sure where to begin, honestly. I managed to... A lot of this freaking out line wiping my hair out of my face. I managed to get into the dock and talk with the union leader guy, and he completely talked circles around me. It wasn't even fucking funny. He's strongly implied he has my gun and is currently blackmailing me with the threat of just letting some kid or something have it. He's he's refused to give me anything unless I like agree to scare an informant. Generally it just went pretty badly. Oh, also he agreed to have the big, strong, really racist guy take the body down from the tree, which he did, on the condition that we like watched the area he was guarding, and I didn't even realize that was a scheme to make us look. Let me turn my volume down. I didn't even realize that was a scheme to make me look very clearly affiliated with their group in front of a whole bunch of people. So yeah, I was completely fucking owned, basically. But we did manage to get the body down, get an autopsy done, so that's the good news and all that. And currently Kim is away because he's apparently getting all that processed. He'll be back tomorrow. And so I've been exploring, and I found out that I, among all the other many things I did, crashed my police car. But I did find my badge in the trunk, so that's good. That's about... A cold breeze is enough to make the wall planks creak. I must have been pretty loud before you got here, I'm now realizing. So I gotta turn my volume down a bit. You see a darker chair in the dim light of the room. That's apparently all that's in there. And you see dust-covered linens, dried tulips on a bed. Man, I like this look. Okay. Well, I just turned myself down, so tell me if I'm quiet. Looking a little better with it. Looking a little better like this.
These are some wonderfully regular pants. Not too tight, not too loose, moderate in every sense. You'll blend right in at some pleasant dinner party.
I like regular, normal things.
I know you do. These inter-Isolari pants are like wearing a perfect compromise in your nether regions. No one will call the moral intern on you like this, that's for sure. You're a little more moralist now, buddy. A little more normal, even if you didn't want to be.
I'll turn myself up a bit. I don't know if I'm going back to where I was. Like, I'm kind of going into... I'm looking at my thing and I'm kind of going into the red a little bit, but at times. So I guess you can just tell me about how I am right now. I like the look I got going on here.
You sit on the wind-worn wooden plank.
I don't actually want to wait. Having compromised with my nether regions. Yeah, I found, so I figured out how this worked. I found, myself some centrist pants. Is the, like, only way to look at this. A wedding stone, well worn and covered in rust. Centrist pants. I found out last time, I think you were there for it, that moralist is the in-world ideology that equates to, I guess, sort of political centrism. So much to fucking do over here. These three in the fish. Now, how do these look on me? A little bit fucking dorky. They do offer a perception bonus, though. I don't want to metagame the clothing, but they don't look that bad.
Hi, officer.
A woman in a raincoat stands on the quay, steering an overturned boat. A sword and a scabbard hangs from her hip.
Anything I can help you with?
Depends, where are we exactly?
A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called Elysium.
Why?
The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place.
Dwayne rattles her earrings. I have questions. The first is, what's your
The
name?
name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions. And that was actually the second one.
Indeed, you're always confused as to your whereabouts.
Nice sword. Does it come with the story?
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's to intimidate folks mostly.
Hold on, do you know how to use it?
Not really. I know some basic moves, and I know it sure as hell beats a knife when you're in a tough spot.
Isn't that what guns are for?
Guns are expensive and fragile, I think. Besides, I got kids. Can't have guns around them, and sometimes a sharp blade is enough to keep folks at bay.
What do you intimidation?
From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time.
So are all the men now.
Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them, I ended up marrying.
Where's your husband now?
Gone.
Gone where?
To the waves. The sea took him. It was a long time ago.
Oh.
He didn't respect the sea. Went out there, drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day the boat was found floating empty. The bloated corpse turned up 2 weeks later. Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles.
Time really is the best cure for sorrow, isn't it?
Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time, and went on. Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
She glances at the village where 2 little kids are playing with what look like rocks.
This is neither a touchy nor a very interesting topic for her. She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better, drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some action.
No, I don't think I will be doing that. What do you do around here?
Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now I'm tarring a little skiff.
Enough to make a living?
Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea is full of surprises.
Keep it professional, man. Don't make it sound like you're hitting on her.
Interesting. What have
Wood,
you found?
pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies. Human, animal, fish, other odd sea creatures. A mine washed ashore once. Bottles, drugs also. Lost cargo in general. Most of the time it's just wood and glass.
All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. It would be weird to say them all. Choose wisely.
I had been on the lookout for that. Drugs. I need info on this major
Don't
narc.
have any. Those get cleaned out so fast even the local bums can only stand by and watch with watery mouths. Always by strangers too. Union folk don't stand this kind of stuff around here.
Looking for someone. Maybe you can help?
Let's see. Who are you looking for?
I'm looking for missing cryptozoologists.
I don't think I know what these are. Care to elaborate?
People, let's be vaguely charitable. People who look for animals who are hard to
Aha! Like snowmen.
find. Snowmen, I haven't heard about those.
2 odd guys have been wandering around here, nose in sand, talking nonsense about snowmen and the like.
Wait, the like?
Right. Not only snowmen, also green men, monkey men burning rhinos. You get the picture.
Oh, you're getting it. And it is gorgeous.
Don't really know. Further down the peninsula, I guess. I mean, that's where they were heading. Who else are you looking for besides snowmen?
So I'm not looking for anyone else right now.
Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
Boat is floating freely in the water unmoored. Planks creak beneath the weight. Ladder leads to a school of fish swimming in the kelp. Can't see into the house in the same. There are some, like, I guess, case-related things in this area. There's the gloves. Oh, fuck. Speaking of which, what did I just see? Inside you hear the cozy sound of some kind of heater sputtering. The inside the boat has recently been tarred.
Great news. The boat is big enough for a grown man like you to fit underneath it in a supine position.
Wait, what would I be doing under there?
I don't know. Sleeping? What do people do under boats? This is merely a measurement from your visual cortex. Do with it what you want.
We pursue thoughts. That is kind of the rule. So, raise then, I need somewhere cozy.
Wait. Sorry. My bad. There's a rotten dog carcass under there, and old fish too. You wouldn't fit next to the mummified canines mausoleum. Damn dog. Taking up all your space. The fish smell is too rank too. You have a home. Somewhere. All cops do. When this is done, you can return. Just finish the case, and you'll probably have somewhere to go. Hopefully.
I just got an email, I think, but I'm not gonna. It's probably fine. Oh, right, I can't. The fucking car's not there. I can't run anything. I've forgotten that twice now. Hello, ma'am. The woman next to a bucket of... Yeah.
You're not sure about the melody, but it might be South Samaran, possibly Sigayan, also known as the Apricot Sujunti.
Welcome to the fishing village. Please lean in closer. I have cataracts.
What you been listening to lately? In preparation for the next video, it's been a lot of Jason Isbell, mostly. I listened to I re-listened to RCJ1 not that long ago, Run the Jewels 1, just because I want to actually put a score up for it. So I'm trying to kind of sort through my opinions on it. Lean forward.
Oh, welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble around here. And we don't want any trouble either.
I'm a cop. I don't cause trouble. I take care of trouble. Sounds naive, but I do prefer it to this. So.
Oh, of course. Last time we saw you around here was 12 years ago. You also came to take care of trouble then. Wish you did. But still, in Martinez, you're considered an ill omen.
What kind of an ill omen are we talking
Oh,
about?
the usual. Dark tidings. Black hound.
That's you, all right. A black hound licking your own heels.
I am an ill omen, alright.
You're still welcome here as long as men with guns aren't chasing you. And maybe even then, because that's the kind of fishing village we've built. I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park the motor carriage, and not a lot of houses, or a lot of people. My kids are long gone, searching for treasure. So are others. Ah, look at me ramble on. What brings you to us?
Look at some stairs
Stay?
here.
Most people here are trying to leave. That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack.
How much is it?
I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM.
Wait, hold on, just give
No
it.
one is using it, and God knows it's not much anyway. You can stay there.
Okay.
Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the police.
Keep yours from other if you have to. Okay, so I already paid what's his face for wow, that's awesome. Tell me about yourself.
Me? No one. Just an old washerwoman. Mother called me Isabel, if that's what you're asking. And my married name is Sadie. Now it's your turn, Mr.
Lieutenant W. Frito Harrier Dubois.
Quite a handle you got there. So many titles. One of them double.
Indeed. What is in this fishing village?
Just us. It's barely a village anymore. We almost don't exist.
What do you mean?
This is pretty much a non-place. A gap. A blank spot on the map. Just a cluster of nameless shacks on a nameless street.
The place is so pornographically poor, it's not even funny.
Pornographically poor. Who else lives in this
Well,
village?
there's Lillian and her kids. A few new folks live in the house to the east. But they're away right now. And then there's the drunks. Not a pretty sight, but there's little we can do about it. Home is home, even for them.
I'm not really gonna...
Lillian is tough. Tougher than the men here, at least. If it wasn't for her and the kids, this place wouldn't have a spark of life left.
I haven't seen any drunks yet, though.
Sooner or later, you'll see for yourself. Don't have to look long to find these guys.
There's another topic I'd like to address.
She nods, rinsing another piece of cloth.
Oh, wait.
Tremble. The time is now. Taola.
What time?
Time for the show. For Taola. The hallowed time of fear and disintegration. A countdown has begun. All will collapse on itself. The world will disappear into a single grain of blackness. All sound will be muted. All life will scream.
I don't even know what I did to get that third apocalypse cop point. What's that?
Ulogu Theodos. Xeno Zausin. Ipoli Osivian. Echondes Fronisin.
Wait. When does countdown begin?
Monday morning. The moment you arrived in this reality are the first crack in the sheer face of God. From you it will spread.
Because of the insane world ending I've been saying, isn't it?
Yes, you spoke the words of the Palindropos and the houses of Pericarnassus. Items, people, even words will tumble. all will lose its meaning in the coming years. That is why you marked yourself.
Am I sure it's not just a joke or some kind of coping
It's
mechanism?
totally also a coping mechanism.
Okay. I do think the world might end soon. We opt into
The
these
face
things.
of the woman fractures. There will be herd killing. We all become vapor.
I can just not go in on that thought. So we opt in.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
What's further down the
Not
coast?
much. Where's the abandoned church, the DeLorean Church of Humanity? It's been there since before my time, even.
Why is it abandoned?
Some things just don't fly, officer. Look around. Who'd go to church here? They built it 300 years ago. Must have been nicer then. The ecclesiastics have tried to get things going there, but things just keep happening. Crime, accidents, other things. The place never stays open. It's a pity. It used to be such a nice church.
She's not telling you all she knows. Keep her talking.
What the thing you're leaving stuff out? What else is going on?
Well, there's that music. Music from across the sea. Huh. It started a few days ago, and now it's blasting, even through the nights. And now, suspicious-looking people are sneaking around the church. I don't like that.
Interesting. You could look into this ruckus if you have the time.
What else is down
Before you get to the church, there's some ruins, an apartment complex, or some kind of electrical plant. Run-down bunch of houses, empty.
Which is it then? Apartments or an electric?
I don't know exactly. A pre-war place. It used to be something. Before the war. I wasn't here then, you know. Was born in Samara.
Anything else of note?
Of note? The old fish market up on the boardwalk. But it's closed.
It's kind of rude. So there's gotta be more on the coast.
What? You're one of those real estate people with big plans? If you want a development opportunity, you can check out the abandoned building over at Land's End. Used to be a supply depot, we think, sending goods and ammo across the bay. It's jammed shut though. We tried to get in, see if there was anything to sell or scavenge, but it's impossible. And now you know everything there is to know about this coast.
She drops a bar of soap into a bucket with a splash. Goodbye. A flower trower, nothing really grows. Maybe in spring. Hard to see the details. The colors all warm and welcoming or cozy though.
Hey, tequila!
A 30-something man clad in a two-piece liquor trademark tracksuit puts down his Pilsner and extends his hand in greeting.
Good to see you. How's business? How's the whole reality situation treating you? So what's happening?
So this bar, wait, tequila?
Yeah, Tequila Sunset. How are the, high-concept, reality-based adventures proceeding?
He says it like it's obviously your name. Like you call someone Billy Brunel or leader of the
I did
Fourth
see that.
Gang.
Yes, I did. The kid. So
Good. These people know your true name. Looks like it has preceded you, Mr. Sunset. More on that later.
don't know. People tell me I'm a cop. I'm getting used to that.
It's good to hear that you're on top of things. Talking about used to, did you know that I used to be a real mover and shaker?
He thoughtfully picks at his shit-stained trademark jacket.
Sadly, things aren't going that well in Idiot Doom's Spiral Land. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back. No word from my business buddies.
Takes a sip from his beer.
Idiot Doom Spiral, huh? This is bound to be a good, high-concept conversation. At last.
What is a tequila sunset? You keep saying
It's
it.
you. Your tequila sunset.
How do you know this?
We've met before. Don't you remember?
No, you sure don't.
Maybe?
Maybe. You look like you want to know how Tequila Sunset came to be. You look like you want to hear the tale.
Tequila. Tequila Sunset. Something ominous there.
For some reason, the name tequila fills me with foreboding. Maybe I shouldn't learn what it means.
You think you feel bad now. Wait till you've heard the story.
No. You need the wisdom.
Go ahead.
Let me take a sip to moisten up my cords. Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday. And by Tequila Sunset, I mean you. The man, the myth.
Is that alone?
Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. This is your story. Stop interrupting.
Takes another sip, then continues.
You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Because as far as I know, all you did was get piss drunk. Word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer, and that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself in the head, right in front of them. That's pretty high concept, if you ask me.
No. All stuff I know so far.
It is.
What happened then?
It was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, were getting our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. We get our drink on 24/7. Makes everything warm and glowy. I trust you know the feeling. One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza, followed by a series of dings and bangs.
Do you remember the sound of wood cracking? The billboard.
Oh, I did the thing with the fucking billboard? Lamau.
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in.
Naturally.
Anyway, there was a brief silence. A gasp of silence, if you will. Followed by a real commotion. We heard the carriage careening towards the coast at top speed. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic. What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. Right there on the beach. You revved the engine and screamed at the top of your lungs. The time hath come!
There was a crashed billboard, which is the main reason this area was inaccessible. Bleh. I tried to do a visual calculus check. I couldn't get any real info about it. It seems like it was me fucking driving into the ocean.
So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time hath come. To which you replied, "The time hath come for Tequila Sunset, the end of all things."
Say nothing. It's more dignified that way.
After which, your reality contracted. You jammed the pedal, plowed right off the jetty, and through the ice. We ran towards the ice, whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in seaweed and shit, like some kind of sea monster. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late to get in there, though. The carriage had sunk too deep.
In this way, you and your motor carriage have a lot in common.
Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with us, which you naturally agreed to. We asked about the whole Tequila Sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now and insisted that we all call you that from then on.
Wait, so is Tequila Sunset an event or a name?
I'm not sure. I think you were the event. Tequila sunset. You know, as opposed to a tequila sunrise, which is long gone.
Sunset sounds pretty
Yeah, I agree.
How did we party
Hours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got belligerent and wanted to talk about Revacholian women. How they're beautiful and also whores and so on. How one of them fucked you real bad. After a short while, you crossed the event horizon, looked sullen, got up, and left without saying anything.
You sure it happened?
Trust
like that?
me, Tequila, it happened. Just ask one of these other witnesses.
Don't call Abigail. Don't call.
See?
Did I mention losing anything else?
Beside your gun and your badge? You said something about your hope or heart or something. To be honest, the details are a little hazy. In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too? That's a big one.
Did we talk about, politics?
Yeah, you said that you'd really behaved unreasonably and failed to uphold your responsibilities as a representative of the coalition.
Did I say anything about my colleagues?
You told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers whose main interest was cramping your style.
It's more like you were cramping theirs.
No specifics, though. It was more about you that night. You were the star of the show.
Did I tell you anything specific about the person that, quote, fucked me?
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard, and that we've all been fucked too.
Please, don't open that door.
Ow.
No one's fucked me. I do the fucking around here.
Abigail.
It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say you're still working through some shit.
I don't need to hear
It's
anymore.
a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs.
You seem like you're characterized by your storytelling ability. Want to tell me another one sometime?
Whoop-de-doo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller. Right. Why not? Better than a beach bum.
Tell me how you became Idiot Doom Spiral?
It depends, really. Are you willing to help me out?
You might get scammed here.
My feelings is going to cost me a lot.
No, the reality of the situation requires a rather modest contribution. A little motivational package.
What do you need, guy?
Booze. Did you already forget our party? The thing I relayed to you earlier. So, have you got anything for good old Idiot Doom Spiral? A bottle for a story. Seems fair to me.
I will lie and say I don't have any on me right
Then
now.
I will see you again once you've procured some. Par exemple, my good friend Rosemary here sells all kinds of stuff.
All kinds, sir. Beer and wine.
You too, Tequila Sunset.
Grumple's an unshaven man with a ruddy nose. He narrows his eyes at you as if in recognition.
The
and
noxious
turns away.
odor emanating from the drunken man is strong and familiar.
Don't you call her. Yeah. Don't call Abigail.
Who was Abigail?
Uh-huh. Abigail. Don't you fucking call Abigail.
You're not going to get anything out of this guy. He's too drunk.
Don't call Abigail.
He whimpers softly, his voice trailing off into nothingness. I quite like that the game's internal language refers to him as "Don't call Abigail." It's quite good.
Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you, buddy boy?
What are you talking about?
So what do you want? I got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap. I got Pilsner. Great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real. I also have speed. And by speed, I mean amphetamine.
Quite the business venture you've set up here.
The system's been good to old Rosemary here, and I'm milking her like a bitch goat in the backyard.
What do you mean?
You see, friend, man makes his own luck, and I made mine real good. Got my hands on 3 bottles of liquor ex-squeeze, sold 2 to the fellows around here, and immediately invested the profit. Bought cigarettes, bought beer, even bought a bit of speed. And look at me now, I got everyone on my hook.
He spreads his arm and smiles a crooked, toothless smile.
The hook? Where is it? I can't see it.
Looks like you're on your own hook, too.
Of course, of course, of course. It is what it is, you know. What it's always been. People, buddy boy. It's the people. In the civilized world, it's a custom to tip the shopkeep, friend. But come back anyway.
I didn't buy anything from you. Whatever. Actually, I'm gonna be right back, just using the restroom, not this. It'll just take me like 4 or 5 minutes. Alright, guys. Alright, let's get the bag out. Back at you from rust-colored water, you. Rust-eaten letters read message. The rear tire of a motor carriage adorns these reeds. Quick trap. Why'd you have like theoretical quick travel? What? It's not have a map. The kick drum pulse. The music is coming from somewhere on the ice. That's the music we were talking about, I suppose. A school of fish huddle around the fence post. They scatter into the dark. Full of holes. Could the post hide treasure? Look inside. Apparently. You feel the shadow of a very large building fall on you. Ultra shot in the dark, or something like that. It's too dark to tell. Don't have like a new font I like that much. Dusty pews in the shadows. Many seem to be missing. Site reads St. Bernay 1147. A dead phone, a smashed receiver, like someone hung up too hard. Someone must have worked hard to smash this plastic dome.
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. You could use it to call someone, unless you're out of change. You hear the tone. The machine is inoperable.
I could dial a random number. Also, that was meant to say operable. Narrator made a mistake. Quite shameful. Buzz, hum. The electricity flows through the wires with audible power.
Someone has left an unidentifiable article of clothing on this railing. It smells really bad. It's streaked with dried seagull shit and tangled with pieces of seaweed. A dangling arm suggests that there might be a jacket beneath the crust of filth. It seems likely that it was left in the surf until someone laid it out on this fence to dry out. Unfortunately, that just seems to have stiffened it into a shapeless mass.
A coin-operated weighing machine hasn't been used for a decade. Vagrants have recently painted the tarp red. Water drips from it. It's a fucking postcard, right? A makeshift roof. Vagrants have tried to make the boardwalk habitable. That tarp will keep out neither rain, nor snow, nor wind. The music is really loud now. A big wine canister. It's open and empty.
The smell. It's awful and familiar.
Oh, no, that is awful.
It doesn't help. You can still smell it.
Isn't it just the rotting fish?
Don't be naive.
Oh, no.
Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency, that faintly cloying sweetness. Only death smells like that. Something cold wakes in the pit of your stomach. Fear. It is death. It must be.
Corpse,
yes, a sense of dread washes over you as you look ahead.
Careful there, the floorboards will dry.
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper in the trash bin. 2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka and a can of black potent porter is all you find. No, there's more in there. Livis strawberry liquor, plus some Pilsner bottles too. Better not pick them up. They seem
have fun. Examine the cigarette package.
Whoever tossed it here was a heavy smoker. The brand name reads Red Astra. Red Astra is the black market version of Astra cigarettes, known for their high tar content. You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it, as well as a tomato wedge. The wrapper reads Shish Kebab Revachol. It's no older than a day or two. No mold yet. It's hard to concentrate in the smell. The sea air brings some relief.
Coin operator has been out of work for years. Stop missing the coin viewer. Hold on to something. The wind is so strong.
A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper. The smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old corpse, but it's definitely heading there. Another dead body. This is your job. Steel yourself. Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. Just another dead body. Breathe.
Study the man's clothes.
He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest. You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into 2. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
Study the surroundings.
There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper is clutched in his fist. Be very, very careful where you step here.
Examine the man's head.
A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch.
Examine the bottle.
A .75-liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything left inside.
Examine the chewing gum wrapper.
Grabowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall. Careful. The wind blows hard from the east. The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back. The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair. One of his feet is still dangling through the hole. A bad fall. It might have been dark outside. This place is a minefield in the dark. His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his mustache. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze. Height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair, stout build. Age, approximately 50 to 60 years. He was confused when he died. Confused and alone, most likely. Overcome with the awful surprise of it all.
What should I do with the body?
First, you need to talk with the lieutenant. Then report back to the station. This is too complicated to handle on your own.
I should probably, moonshine probably smells like tasty fermentation. There's some shit in these. That was a fucking anomaly. Before you, a drawbridge. It can only be lowered from the other side. Do a quick hard save. Taking a lot of patience to do this. Hey, pastels. Someone is trying to bring cheer into the world. Trash from some unending party. A hole screwed into the ice keeps the tent erect. More tribalistic markings. This post is covered in little humanoids.
A pane of Eternite has been planted into the snow. 2 poles are holding it up. Barely holding it up. It could fall over any minute. A stronger gust of wind might be enough. Looks like a makeshift bridge currently drawn up. When junior researcher Olari Tal invented Eternite in the unprestigious Wagner Polytechnic Institute some 30-odd years ago, he thought it would last forever. Hence the name Eternite. The only lasting thing about it turned out to be its carcinogenic effect.
Someone's home away from home, just like yours.
A shaggy-looking girl in her late teens or early 20s kneels on the ice with an electronic contraption in her hand. Hearing you approach, she looks up.
Oh, hello there.
It's cold out here, but she's not wearing a hat. She must be freezing. Everyone knows drugs make you invulnerable to cold. You bet this one likes to party.
It's freezing. Where's your hat?
Huh?
She looks up at you.
Maybe she didn't hear you. A little louder.
I said she'd have a hat on.
So should you.
I don't think of it, I should. Where would I get one around here?
I don't know. Some kind of a store? Maybe a general store? Look, man. Fuck the hat.
That kind of language.
I'm sorry I said fuck the hat. I was concentrating on something else. My whole family swears and it rubbed off on me.
There's a pained expression on your face. She'll answer your questions now. What's your name?
Estelle.
Her hair is dyed blonde, with dark roots showing. There's a coarseness to her features, some masculinity below that timidness.
And your surname?
Why?
Why indeed, forget it.
Okay.
What's that device you have?
This is a portable recording device. It's for field recording. Low quality, but still.
And the wires?
Actually, just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone.
It's a contact microphone.
Contact mic records sounds from inside things, like this ice.
Your mangled brain would like you to know there is a boxer called Contact Mike.
What am I supposed to do with this?
No idea.
How does that thing work?
The mic? I don't exactly know. Somehow it doesn't pick up vibrations from the air. The book said it only picks up structure-borne sound, if you like technobabble.
See? And some non-mic questions for
Okay.
you. What are you not hearing?
Recording, I guess.
And what is it recording exactly?
I think I'm recording cracks in the ice, but there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your footsteps too. Not sure how that will sound.
Scratches your forehead. Wait, what happened to the headphones?
My boyfriend sold them.
What for?
I don't know, man. Things. Just stuff you need for life.
A lie. They were probably pawned off for something suspicious.
Yeah, I have a vague idea what that might be. What, you know... Oh, fuck. How the fuck did I lose tracking? Anyway, yeah, now I have a general idea of what gets you to sell off things important to the people who are important to you like that.
The musicians in the Palaceum used them for making music. They looped the stuff, cutting the tapes together. They make music out of cracks in the ice and keys jangling. Crazy sounds like that. It's hard to explain. Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. It's supposed to be, like, a music place anyway.
She rubs her shoulders and looks around.
I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers too. I don't have a synthesizer.
She looks at the recording device, the thing she thought would fill her hours with joy and escape. It's turning out to be an empty fantasy. She feels childish, very useless all of a sudden.
It's supposed to be a music place. What is?
That? The boys think it could be a place, like the Palaceum or something. Stupid. It's really not going to be a Palaceum, that's for sure.
The boys?
Yeah. Andre and the guys, They're inside, in the tent.
And why is that?
Why are you freezing out here while the boys are inside?
They got too much stuff crammed in there. No room.
Stuff like what?
Music stuff, mostly. Like this tape recorder, but bigger. And there's piles of it.
You mean like those headphones your boyfriend sold?
Yep. They were pretty. I'm sorry we sold those.
Why not just leave some stuff outside so you don't have to freeze?
That stuff is more expensive than I am. More expensive than any of us, really. Doesn't matter. I can take the cold.
And some other questions.
Go ahead.
Tell me about this music place you've been playing in the church.
It's supposed to become, like, a club for Nordic dance music. Like that new style of synthesizer stuff they play at the Palaceum. Except that, yeah.
She looks at the wooden church up on the poles. As a mean wind comes bellowing in, the 6-story structure lets out a doleful shriek. What is anodic dance
You
music?
know, anodic, cathodic, music that's made with electronic instruments.
Electronic instruments... like what?
Synthesizers and tape consoles. Microcomputers too. Anything that uses electricity, but isn't guitars. Also found sounds, stuff
Oh
like
man,
that.
I wish the Dynamic Editor had stayed a little bit longer. I think they'd get a bit of a kick out of this. Oh well.
You see clear, beautiful, violent flashes of light. Light cutting through a smoke-filled darkness. That is what the future will look like, if it ever comes. This is an evolutionary step up from amplified instruments, which in turn are a step up from acoustic instruments. What comes after it, you wonder? A black-tinted nothingness, or something finer?
Anodic music. So you want to turn the church into a club?
I know. It's not my idea. Andre and the boys found the place. It was supposed to be deserted, but now they can't even take it. Hey, don't get me wrong, but you're a cop, right?
Yeah, why do you ask?
Okay, well, maybe you could talk to Andre and the guys. Because there are some strange things going on in that church. If you're police, you should look into it, right?
I'll talk to him.
They're inside that thing there. Would be cool if you did. Was there something else? Go ahead. Okay, bye.
Turns your attention back to the recording device. Alright.
The tent is just tarpaulin fabric covering a pile of stuff. The flap is open. Inside, 3 young men are listening to some new form of music. It's like nothing you've ever heard. One of them looks at you.
Come on, get in and close the flap behind you. The warm stuff's getting out.
Squeezing. It smells like sweat and laundry detergent plus a trace of ether. I don't know what that means, but thank you. Canisters filled with what appears to be water. The label says distilled. A speaker, the big kind they use for live music. Pile of nasal spray, brand name Nosafel Ultra.
You see a youngish man bleaching the tips of his hair with a toothbrush. He puts the toothbrush down and extends his hand in greeting.
Hello, I'm Andre. It's a pleasure to meet you.
There is definitely something futuristic about his hair, aggressively so. You get the sense that this is what the future will look like. Imbecilic, yes, should the future ever come. It will look deeply imbecilic, like this guy. His grip is strong, sweaty, and warm. He's trying to project and inspire confidence.
This is my posse, Noid.
The young man with earrings looks at you suspiciously.
And Egghead. Egg!
The tape player high above his head continues to blast what is probably anodic music.
Together with a Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation, we like to think of ourselves as music venue organisers.
Wait, how many music venues have
We
you
have many in
organized?
the pipeline, officer.
That means they haven't set up a single one yet.
You see, we've been all over Jamrock North, prospecting for real estate to establish a new venue in.
Also for talent.
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent spinning tapes in Jamrock,
We've had rotten luck with the real estate part.
Place is a shithole.
I apologise for my friend Noid's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues.
There's no need, the place is pretty
Which
bad.
brings me to the problem of occupied ecclesiastical property. I bet you've noticed the derelict hive of narcomania on the coast.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the church, and I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge can become a magnet for all sorts of dopeheads and burnouts if left unattended.
Dopeheads!
Burnouts!
He angrily spits on a screw, then starts cleaning it.
Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put Martinez on the map with one of the maddest dance clubs in Jamrock. Nah, strike that, in Revachol.
Strike that! The world!
And sadder yet, because the dopeheads and burnouts holed up in there were the worst kind.
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious gaze, letting you imagine just how bad those dopeheads and burnouts really are. Good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those.
What kind?
The spooky kind.
Exactly what you mean by spooky?
I was hoping you would be the judge of that, officer. All I can say is, their spookiness is the kind that keeps us from restoring this church into a community centre and a place of spiritual refuge.
Also, they don't eat or clean the building. Shit's gonna collapse.
People just want to spin tapes without them spooking it up. Place has bad signs. No one can dance like that.
Thank you, Egghead. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. Getting them out. Whatever spooky stuff they're doing, I'm sure it's not what the Ecclesiastes meant their property for.
I'll look into it, tell me more.
All right, man.
Andre's obviously very happy you took him seriously. The whole tent is. The boys exchanged giddy looks.
I'm a big fan of what these guys have got going on. They're good tunes. What's the status of the church? I haven't got inside the building
I
yet.
asked Noid to install a measure against more drifters wandering in. A padlock. It's a temporary fix. Just something to contain the situation.
I had to do it in an hurry. Not my best work, but it should hold for a while.
What about the key?
Of course. Noid, give the officer the key.
All right.
Be the... Okay, this could end up being really embarrassing. Let's be the cool cop.
It's as if time has frozen somehow. You think you can sense the key moving in the air. Yeah.
I'm gonna take a morale point for this fucking thing, Anna. Don't ruin the cool by overdoing it. Raise your hand in front of your face with minimum effort.
Blam! Straight in the eye. Straight in the old eye orb. In the looking ball. A stabbing pain. Tears stream uncontrollably from
That's
your
goddamn asshole. What is wrong with you? Can't you see I'm in pain now?
Man, I'm super sorry. That was totally my bad. I got overexcited. Threw him too hard. I'm sorry.
He looks like he's genuinely sorry he didn't throw them better.
I'm sorry. Bend your face in mockery of his useless contrition. You almost murdered me, a cop. That's use of lethal force.
I really am sorry, man. Just take this, okay?
Put some black paper in his
Wow,
backpack.
looks like there's quite a lot there.
I need your pity money now. Where are we at?
The key?
He cautiously into the other key.
He is shifting in his spot, uncomfortably, still feeling sorry for the mishap.
We were talking about the padlock, I think.
How long has people been locked in there?
Not long. Like a week, maybe?
Like you should have starved.
I'm
to death.
super sure they're alive. I mean, come on. I'm at least 90%, maybe 85% sure they're still alive.
Somewhere in the ruinous past that led you here, there was something called exams. You may have learned the term involuntary manslaughter there.
Andre, do you know what involuntary manslaughter means?
Yes, I do. I listen to Channel 8 all the time. I know about crime stuff, and I assure you, officer, this is not what's happening here. I'm at least 80% sure they're alive. I mean, come on. Most people aren't ever that alive in their entire lives.
What does that even mean?
I don't know. What does anything mean, really?
Oh, yeah.
He looks at his friend with the for expression of profound understanding. Yeah, I catch your drift.
I knew you'd get it. You're one smart cop.
I get by. Now, where was I with that
He
padlock?
nods attentively, ready to answer the questions of one smart cop.
Sure, man. Tell us what you want to know. Let's do it.
Who exactly are these people inside the
Truth
church?
is, I don't really know. None of us do. I don't even know how many there are. All we've seen are glimpses.
You haven't seen them and you still want the police involved?
Well, there's also the machinery.
This machinery is of the deeply mystical variety.
Thank you, Brain.
When I first scouted the place, back in February, it was abandoned, empty. Took some time getting the crew together. So about 2 weeks ago, we came here hoping to set the stuff up. Suddenly, there are all these strange machines lying around in there.
One of them has wires running into bowls of water. Wires into water. Never seen anything like it.
Andre, tell him about the feeling. Oh, and it felt like there was something in there with us, watching us from the dark.
No, the other one.
Which other one? I'm not as in tune with my emotions as you are, Egg.
Felt like silence. Awful silence.
You haven't physically seen anyone.
Not exactly. We've just seen someone who we think is a woman go in and out of the church. A couple of times. And we felt someone, or something, eyeing us inside. But that's kinda it.
It was that about something watching you?
Like you aren't alone, you know?
It wasn't quite human, if you know what I mean.
Not human, as in a ghost? Do you know what he means?
It was this dark shape climbing upside down along the ceiling, like some kind of crab man.
A crab man?
Yeah, you know, the way it was climbing up and around the ceiling, like a crab.
It was stalking a cell, exhibiting ambush behavior.
Odd. Crabs are usually marine creatures, and not known for climbing walls.
Are you sure there was a crab man?
Yeah, totally. I mean, I didn't personally see it. Estelle was alone that time, but I believe her. If she comes out running and says there's a crab in there, there's a crab in there.
You should ask her about it, but be nice. Don't tell her you don't believe in the crab.
There probably is no crab man. Don't let them draw you in with this nonsense.
Can you tell me more about this
You
machinery?
should talk to Noid about that. I just got a distinct burnout and dopehead sign from them. Probably jacked up to some snuff station too. Probably, very likely.
So how can you be sure they're burnouts and dopeheads if you haven't even seen
Well,
them?
honestly, I can't. But I am.
This is a below-feeble attempt at avoidance. Basically, he is attempting to weaponize idiocy.
I like their vibes, all of them. Get it? Wow, I don't see a single thing wrong with that
I'm
argument.
70% sure they're substance users. Don't let the technology fool you.
He makes little quotations marks with his fingers when he says technology.
Sure. What?
He mentions the kind of Ecclesiastes zone, the church. Who are these?
Oh yeah, that's a meteor name for the founding party. Thought it'd be cool to use it.
If you don't know what the founding party is, there might be a way to mask it with minor demagoguery.
Now hear me, Andre. What is the founding
Come
party?
to think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know? I can't give you a precise definition, but they're a very powerful religious organization. And they have roots in ancient mass society. And they're the custodians of the Pericarnassian church. Plus, they anoint the innocents. They, like, made the innocentic system, no?
Now, Andre, in your opinion, would this ancient religious organization who anoints the innocent want a club for hypnotic music in one of their churches?
Totally.
There isn't a trace of doubt in his voice.
The Pericarnassian church is about love. And Nordic music is about love. I got love for my Pericarnassian posse. Love is the relay out of death. We dance.
He violently shakes the tape player to see if he can break it.
Love is hardcore.
Unity. Unity.
Make some noise for my Insulindian posse.
He turns the volume up, then looks at you with a knowing nod, as it's obvious you will now break into dance.
You feel it. The anodes and the cathodes coursing through you. Your big toe starts tapping along to the base, as if testing the waters.
Enjoy the beat.
Feels good.
Just love
Oh
Candy's
yeah,
pretty hardcore.
it can. He's coming around. You're getting it.
I now understand, of course. It was lame of me to suggest otherwise. Hypnotic music is about love. Oh, I'm actually like bobbing my head to it. It's good fucking shit. Hypnotic music is about love, and so is the Pericarnassian Church.
Yeah! Yakokata! The place to be!
He seems ecstatic that you share his vision of Pericarnassianism.
Do it for the masses. Do it for the crew.
His friend forms a fist with the screwdriver still in his hand, approving
I
this.
didn't want to say it, but it was pretty lame of you to imply otherwise. Anyway, you got more questions?
The one with the large head is still looking at you, nodding his head, waiting for your body to start moving.
I want to ask you about this temple
Yes.
equipment.
What?
You see, you brought your own water.
Yeah. Good to have, bitch to carry. When I first scouted the place, I did some reconnaissance. I'm not sure the church even has running water.
It's distilled, too.
Oh,
He doesn't know what to say.
it's the one they sell at the fuel station.
It's like he's lying to you, my liege. But he's slippery enough that there's nothing for you to grab hold of.
What's with all the nose
The
effect?
what now?
He leans into you better. Point the bottles of needle spray. The nose effect ultra. You have a lot of it lying
Oh,
around.
the old Ultra.
He's like an actor, looking to the souffleur for his line.
I have a major sinus infection. Stuffy nose. We all do. Shit's all blasted up. Winter. Can't even breathe.
Sound fine to me?
Yes, that's all Nosefed's doing. Without the Noser, I'd be drowning in shit right now.
Nosefed is the shit.
You know what I'm saying?
Sure. Here you go, officer. The Noser. Blast away.
Alright, enough of that.
He nods enthusiastically, no doubt a little relieved.
As always, we'll be right here, waiting.
A young man with peroxide blonde hair holds up a Harman Waushi tape player, nodding along to the music. He looks at you with a knowing smile and says, as though you're supposed to be sharing some tremendous evangelical secret.
Hardcore!
Say nothing.
Hardcore!
Still say nothing.
Hardcore to the mega!
Alright.
Here comes the night!
Could there have been a right way out of this garden of forking paths, you think?
I'll have to solve the egghead puzzle.
So you had a talk with Andre, and now you want to discuss things with Noid. Good.
Skin shows you the holes in the Speed Freak's too large sweater in front of him. An open toolbox full of carpentry tools and parts.
It's good you talked to Andre first. Gave me time to get a reading on your sign. Can't really talk to people before you get a reading.
He runs his hand through his hair, which is combed back in mock seriousness and continues to fiddle with some gears. Sign?
Yeah, gotta compare. See if we can align.
Interesting.
I suck at socialising, man. Even now, our sign synchronisation is way off. But I'll see what I can do.
He continues to arrange his tools. Why are you called
The
Noid?
hardcore aesthetic is esoteric. It's not meant to be discussed with the law at this moment.
Picks up some sort of a widget.
It's not easy to reach a harmonic resonance of signs without some adjustment.
Does this mean we need sign matching?
Yes. Further sign matching would do good for us. One way to achieve this would be by getting us into the church.
Tell me about the machines you saw in the church.
Weird stuff. Specialised. There was a data processor and some sort of long-wave machinery. Wires going into water. Gives off a spy sign. Or some fucked up Samaran science sign. You know, the kind that goes head first into the supernatural.
What's wrong with the supernatural?
Nothing's wrong with it. You should definitely be researched. You can still do sick shit with it though.
The sickest. That's perhaps why it should be researched.
Supernatural, so you think it's real then? Actually
Most of it
exists.
doesn't exist. But there's also stuff that isn't allowed to exist. Because the moralists think it's too dangerous for the plebs. Psionic powers, pale-related diseases, pretenders pretending to be human, folk rights, that kind of stuff.
Okay, we'll come back. Okay, so the one on the list, I guess. Talk to you.
The shaggy-haired girl kneels on the sea ice. She looks up as you approach.
So you talked to my associates, right? Are you going to help us? With the church, I mean.
Can't say. Gotta ask questions first.
Shoot.
The others told me you went inside the church. What you see in there?
Oh, that. You're not going to believe me. There's no point in me telling you.
She's less prone to blurt it out, crab man, than the others.
We'll see. Go ahead and tell me.
Okay. I went in and I saw a woman next to one of those machines there. Noid calls it a mainframe. She was dressed like someone who's been raised by their grandmother, you know, strange old clothes. Had this absent expression, didn't say anything, just stood still.
Go on.
And then, you know, right behind her, a man crawled down the wall. Upside down like a crab, down the church wall. I think the woman didn't even know he was there. He was completely silent. He stopped right before he got to the floor, then just hung there like that, looking at me. Right at me.
Weird.
I fucking turned around and walked out. End of story.
What did this crab man look like?
It was too dark. I couldn't tell exactly.
Come on. She obviously could. She already went into detail.
Oh, I do believe
Why?
you. Strange things happen.
Okay then. They certainly do around me.
Remember about your
My
associates?
associates? I haven't got much to say about them.
What do you mean? You must know something about
Of
them.
course I do. I just don't tell people about my friends and who they are and so on. I don't provide information on them.
To the cops.
What about yourself? Tell me about yourself.
Me? I'm a silver bird.
Uh-huh. Okay, maybe let's later about
Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but...
Probably no need for another hard save there, but we'll do it anyway. Bars cover these long, dusty windows. I feel like if I go into the church, it's gonna be like a whole fucking thing, is all. You know what I mean. got a ping or something. Am I crazy? This water runs from the west. The source is upstream. A broken pipe? In the boathouse today. Section of the coast hasn't been used in decades. Boathouse is shoddily constructed. A strong breeze might blow it over. Just so, huh? Ancient paint is peeling off the roof of the shaded bench, covered in rust.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Even more bullet holes, something that's
The
definitely
density
happened
and
here.
spread of these bullet holes is surprising. This takes a lot of bullets. Fully automatic rifle fire. Unable to piece together the big picture just now. There's a hole in their hypothesis.
Fine,
The
okay.
scattering of bullet holes look.
Sign says entree interdite. An old ticket taker booth no longer in operation. People paid money to park here? No one would pay now. It is dangerous enough to operate that I will just kind of... There, it's fucking huge. The store is not only barred shut, it is inaccessible. What are those fucking two doing there? It's just a lot, like, on this dock. Dinner has been recently discarded. It still smells of fuel oil. Chain trails off the ocean to who knows where. Rusty gears used to turn the whole machine.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height.
And that's gonna be a whole thing, isn't it? So, but it's probably like the kind of thing you want to do today. In game today, I mean. And I've got, and I want to wrap up and go get dinner. So, I think with that in mind, we're gonna kind of wrap up. It's been a good stream, though. Got, you know, a lot done. A lot kind of just fell into our lap, I feel like. But either way, it works. Progress feels tangible, have a whole big area to explore. I don't assume Kim would be terribly interested in all that, so I guess it's probably better that we did it now. Anyway, I'll probably pick this up over the weekend. Kind of depends. Either way, though, thanks everyone who kind of stopped in. Keep you up on the VOD channel if anyone's catching.